Welcome, everyone, to Austin by Starlight, episode 36. Last we left off, there was a news report. Middle of the night, sort of emergency coverage. The coverage of a house. A house in the rich district of the city that recently had a box truck arrive and explode. A box truck that seemed to have been full of ammunition, rifles, pistols, grenades, a slew of unregistered firearms had suddenly exploded. A lot of casualties had been had at this particular location as the front of the house sort of toppled along with it, along with some of the men who were carrying some of the equipment. Anyone who was smart enough and was able bolted from the scene. As emergency services, police, fire, ambulance, all of them rushed to the scene within minutes. The news outlets covering live on the scene with portions of the house still smoldering a little bit. Ophelia was watching this news segment with her sire Baron Kane, and shortly after it ended, or she got what she needed out of it, she walked and made her way out of Baron Kane's office. Pax and Alistair, in their respective rooms, had either been watching or overhearing the news as it had been playing in the coterie house on this middle of the night. And Yvette, after making some phone calls, making sure things happened as she had planned, is making her way back to the coterie house at this moment. And that is where we pick up. Pax, you know that house. That house is a house you've visited multiple times in the year that you've been embraced. Donner.
She's frozen, staring at the TV screen.
Like your heart sinks.
She wasn't expecting it to happen quite so quickly. She's expecting it, but didn't expect the feelings that come across with it. The moment that Yvette asked her for the time and date of that shipment, Pax knew what was going to happen. And yet she still has this deep-rooted feeling of panic,
Dread.
dread. There's no racing heart or labored breathing because she's dead, but she's staring at that TV screen, hoping against hope, clutching at the cross that she wears around her neck, praying for the first time in God knows how long that the people that she cared about were not in that line of fire. Her brain, her mind going to Lorenzo, who went missing. She hopes he wasn't in there tied up being beaten. That Julian wasn't doing work for the boss that night. This night. that Maurice was somewhere on the other side of town running his little drug business. And as disgusted as she is with the thought that Boss Hernandez himself was not caught directly in the blast, is a lot to process.
Pax, I would like you to call high or low. You will call it once, and it would be for all four individuals.
Hi.
Noted. Alistair, you're overhearing this either in your own room through through a radio or a TV that you have of your own, or you're overhearing it from Pax's room. Either way, you also have access to this news report.
This definitely puts a damper on what I had planned for the night. But when every door closes, a window opens. I can still salvage something. Accomplish one goal. I might have to move quickly, but I think we can do it. Can't do anything else until we figure out where the Don has gone, if he even survived. So I think I might have to make my own plans for the night and try to accomplish.
What do you intend to do, Mr. Knight?
Given that the Hakata might not have a presence here for a long time, and some of the things that I've recently acquired, I think I'm going to go to the Don's mansion and try to get in and gain access to see if there is any kind of journals or books detailing rituals and any of their magics.
And given what you know how to do, with the mortal mind as pliable as it is, you have absolute confidence that you can just simply walk past all of these individuals.
I think so. It's not a great plan, but we will salvage what we can.
Because that's what it really is. It's a salvage mission.
Can't let things just rot away, and who knows, they may be damaged and need refurbished. We need to save them. You
Knowledge is
can't let
power.
all that information can't let all that information just go away.
Not when we can make it very useful.
Someone needs to know. Someone needs to remember.
And who better than me? Stray thoughts in your mind. Pax, as you're watching the television screen, you get a phone call.
It barely registers in her mind that her phone is going off. But after a moment, she does a double take at the TV, trying to rip her eyes away from it. And she looks down at the caller ID. maybe a little bit hopeful that it's one of those full.
It's Ophelia's number.
She hits the answer button, brings it to her ear. Yeah,
Hello. I was wondering if you happened to see the news.
oh, I've seen it.
Very good. That is good to know. Are you perchance at location?
I'm at home.
I see. And that is also good. I called because I wanted to check in to make sure that you were safe. As far as safe can be.
I appreciate it. Tried to keep away from location, considering.
Yes. I will do such. That said, will you be doing the same?
For now, I will remain at home.
Very well. If that's the case, then I will meet you there soon. I believe we
I'll
have
see.
decisions to discuss.
Yes.
And Ophelia will go ahead and end the call at that point. She will begin making her other phone call when convenient.
Of course, we could do so along the drive. Yvette, it's about this time that you're walking into the house, the coterie house. What is your demeanor as of right now?
A sense of stoicism carried by a horrible grief. The idea that I am responsible for this return fire. This is not what I ended up pushing for when I came to America. I have wished for a opportunity to live out the dream, if only for a decade or two. To experience family, love, if we are capable of such things. To experience the freedom promised by the Anarchs. And instead I find myself doing more of the same. Preparing for war. The opening salvo has been struck. Everything has been laid out. And now it is simply a question. How will we end up doing this? I have hesitations, but none of which can be addressed. Instead, I must be a soldier. So I end up walking in, case in hand. And I am placing it upon the kitchen table. I lock the door behind me, as usual. And I begin to open up the case. But this time I am asphyxing the belt upon myself for the sword. I am being sure that both sidearms available to me are presented and in place, shoulder holster and hip holster. My original Glock and the gift of Mademoiselle La Muerta. And of course, my FAMAS, which I am checking to be sure that the additional magazines are currently loaded and slipped into the back of my waistband. And finally, a knife. Not that it could do much against Kindred, but it is important to have redundancy. This is not the first time I have done such things. As I prepare myself, I listen to the TV, the news coverage, as all try and scramble to end up getting details. I simply shake my head. Walking in with rifle in tow, I observe, I believe Mademoiselle Pax was watching the TV at that time.
She's frozen in front of it, eyes green, phone still in hand. She
It
doesn't even
isn't.
seem.
Go ahead.
Says she doesn't even seem to register Yvette's presence.
Perhaps a form of shell shock. It is understandable. Yvette takes a moment, and if Pax does not recognize she is here, she simply speaks softly. It is hard not to call them, is it not?
Yvette. Yeah. Yeah, it is.
You desperately want to make sure that the boss is okay.
You have instinct to be sure on all things, and yet you hesitate. Pourquoi?
Because what was done was what was necessary. And if I try to call anyone right now, anyone that's tied to it, guarantee there are eyes on it.
Good, that means you are not stupid.
The look that Pax gives Yvette is one of a narrowed gaze, and if looks could fucking kill, Yvette would have died on the spot. I'm not stupid. I
No,
haven't made any stupid moves. But this is difficult.
what you wanted. Enough to bring the family all together, to bring them onto your table, to feast with them, to have them join you.
Yeah.
Now they will come. I suspect soon. And then you can become whole.
You think this will make me whole, Yvette?
It has never mattered what I think, Mademoiselle Cosetta.
Because it's all of little consequence.
It is of little consequence. The true consequences have yet to arrive.
Alistair, you would have heard the door open as things are going on, and you do hear the sort of small, sort of soft talking in the living room. So you can feel free to interject at any point.
Alistair would be changing into a different set of clothes. Dark hoodie, dark pants. Probably. What do you have?
What do you have? What?
From some of the renovations, a clean suit and a particle filter mask, packing them into a large duffel bag, and he would be getting ready to head out whenever it's appropriate for him to walk out the scene.
Pax and Yvette, you would see that Alistair's coming down the stairs with a bag in his hand, looking as if he's going straight for the door.
Monsieur Knight, I was unaware you were out for an evening jaunt.
Things change. But, there's something I have to take care of. Oh. And, well, with how everything's playing out, if I don't come back, there's something for you on my desk.
Where are you
And
going, Alistair?
take care
No.
of something.
It is not safe out there.
That may be. This is something I gotta do, though.
What
What-
is it?
I think you have bigger fish to fry. Call me if we get a word on where the Don is, and I'll meet up with you so we can deal with it.
You hear a car outside.
Yvette racks the slide and goes towards the door, taking a peek
Pax-
outside the window.
Yeah, I'm going to peek through the peephole.
Pax will also take a look outside one of the windows.
The car you see is Ophelia's.
She will get out of the vehicle very carefully, and she's being mindful of the environment. She will go ahead and walk up to the door as per usual, make the typical knocks, and waits for someone to answer first.
Yvette will open the door. You can see that she is clearing the chamber of her FAMAS, and is clearly showcasing that she had loaded a round. Pardon, mademoiselle. I am expecting other guests. Entrez.
I would
S'il vous
presume
plaît.
such. Thank you. Thank you. And she'll enter at that, closing the door behind her, and whispering so that no one else can hear as she passes Yvette. I would like a private word with you when you get the opportunity.
He simply nods and begins to, after being sure the door is locked, to bring Ophelia into the living room where Alistair and Pax can be found.
Well, seems the gang is all here.
For the moment.
Yeah. As Pax talks, she makes her way over to the TV and switches it off.
So, pieces are moving. The board is in play. So I have a question to all of you. What is it that I should be expecting at this moment? And what is it that
Retaliation.
Of course. But what is it that you expect from me?
Hmm.
Yvette looks to Mademoiselle Cosetta very cautiously.
Boss, if he's still in reasonable peace, we'll be trying to get his forces back together. He'll have there'll have been a lot of people that'll have died. A lot of loyal soldiers would have fallen. So he'll be trying to gather up whoever he can, get out of the limelight.
It will be difficult, given the cartels will be hunting him.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of media attention on him and his associates, which means a lot of potential for masquerade issues.
Understood. So what you're saying is that you want me to begin now working along the mortal fields and making sure that people are a little less mindful of the circumstances, specifically any sort of altercations that will transpire tonight. And with that, I also assume that you will be expecting some sort of space from which you might recover going forward, as this location is from here on out best considered compromised. To my understanding, it was for a while, but
This is correct.
very well. Then I will get started on that immediately. There are a few calls and connections I need to be making right away. You don't mind.
I don't mind at all.
I will end up checking the perimeter and escorting Mademoiselle Ophelia out. Alastair, if you must end up going out this evening, might I end up suggesting you go, how do Americans say it? Go out strapped.
Mr. Knight, you say you're going out.
Yes.
Then I request one further notice. If you could relay and see if perhaps you might relay your boon and the wards.
Ah, yes. Those can be taken care of whenever you provide me with whatever they need it to be.
I need a contingency plan.
I simply need the objects.
I simply need you to call your sire and promise me that that will be done for me regardless of you being alive or not after tonight.
Coffee, how long will it take to do these?
For each word, generally rules as written, most rituals take an hour.
Okay. What time of the night is it?
It's around midnight, getting close to 1.
Just make one phone call, and you can message me the results. Leaving Alistair to think on that.
No, I'm trying to think. I don't know if Alistair would keep his own debts to himself.
Oh. He doesn't really have a choice on that. Ophelia collects.
That's good to know.
She's basically telling Alistair, you're letting your sire know if you don't fulfill this, he does.
Like I said, Alistair says that's good to know and walks out the door.
Okay. And alone together with Yvette, Ophelia will be speaking in a very low voice.
Pax is still present in the room, by the way. So you can excuse yourself to another room.
Oh, I was going to escort Mademoiselle Ophelia out and do a perimeter sweep,
That's
which
right.
gives us a small opportunity to speak.
I'll make this quick. I've arranged for some negotiations and plans into the future. And I need to understand where your premise and the circumstances on that. I've addressed it with Mr. Ball. That once everything transpires, there will be a power gap available within the city. While the Nosferatu take matters into the underworld, there will be an overworld to oversee. My suggestion was that between yourself, myself, and Mr. Ball, that we manage that front as a coterie.
Yvette takes a look back at the coterie house, and then back to Mademoiselle Ophelia. One condition, and only one. I remain a silent partner in this.
That can absolutely be done.
I have no want for the limelight. Not yet. Perhaps in time. But I intend to live through this evening. And if, after all is said and done, it goes accordingly, I intend to enjoy a small retirement. And I would hate to be late for a wedding.
Certainly.
A warning. I understand your want. I share it. But do not let it blind you. Moments like these, they come so often. It's the time between that we fight for. I hope that you've considered how you will spend your time. After all, it's only eternity.
I've certainly considered all the options. I extended this offer to you because I know that no matter what, you will be keeping tabs on me. I thought I'd make it easy for you. With the expectations that perhaps you might also check me.
She nods her head and opens the door to Mademoiselle Ophelia's car.
I wish you luck tonight.
She looks out to the horizon, observing. I appreciate the sentiment, but in truth, right now the wind feels like Paris. Closes the door and begins to walk away.
Ophelia will start the car. For a moment, she watches Yvette return back to the building, staring at the serpentine tattoo crawl across the nape of her neck. For a moment, silently to herself, she whispers, "And for that, I'm sorry. Truly." She will start the car and head on out. And Ophelia will start making 2 sets of preparations. First and foremost, arranging the necessary contacts through media and court to the best of her abilities, to help mitigate any sort of the attention and masquerade breach that will transpire. She wants to make sure that the focus is on the cartel and only the cartel.
All right.
And the second thing with that is setting up finding homes, essentially. New property.
All right.
One would expect some drastic shifts in the market in the next 24 hours.
Oh, yeah. Nice, cheap real estate.
While they're outside, Pax, what are you doing?
Pax is pacing back and forth, caught up in her own mind. She's desperate to call the 4 that she cares about the most in that possible mess.
The one that strikes you the most is Don Hernandez. You need to know. You need to know if he's okay. Because if he's okay, then the rest will be.
It's that pull of the blood. And she knows it's the pull of the blood. It's so damn hard to fight.
I need you to make me a willpower check.
Rolling the 4 willpower?
Yep, just your unspent willpower.
No modifiers?
Nope. Not being able to see him helps. The fact that his number doesn't have his name on it helps. You resist the urge to just call out, Jose Maria.
She knew this would happen. But fuck, it still pisses her off. It's still her family. It's still Boss Hernandez's home. Still the people that she cares about. People that cared about her and took care of her when no one else would. The same building she had spent the last year in and out of every night of her unlife. And then the year before that, and a couple of years before that, since she was 16. And now it's burning. Now it's been blown to smithereens, surrounded by flashing red and blue. And she has to do nothing. She has to hold herself back with all her will. Boss Hernandez, Julian, her father, Maurice.
All of which haven't messaged you.
None of them have said a word. And she doesn't know whether it's because they don't want to get her pulled into it, or because their lives and unlives have come to an end. She doesn't know whether Boss Hernandez is a pile of ash somewhere in those flames, whether Julian is still breathing or whether he's a burnt corpse, whether Lorenzo is a bloodied mess in the basement, crushed underneath the rubble, or whether Maurice is not just missing a finger anymore.
It's taking everything in your power just to sit down in this seat and not get up and just leave and go.
She's not sitting, she's pacing back and forth, trying to get rid of all this nervous energy, and it's just nothing is helping.
Not to mention
She
that
takes the new.
you're hungry.
Takes out her new pistol and she starts pulling it apart and putting it back together because it's the only thing she can do that is even potentially constructive. And all she can do is wait. Because it's their move. The ball is in their court now. And if they go out tonight, like Alistair is doing, they each become a walking target. And this building that they're standing in, these four walls, this roof, it's a target in itself. Nowhere is safe tonight. Nothing is safe. Nothing is okay. And she knew this was going to happen.
Yvette, you walk into the door, back into the house as Pax is pulling apart her pistol just to pull it apart and put it back together again, and just do that over and over again.
Yvette keeps near the window to observe anyone who may be pulling up, occasionally glancing at Pax. She stands there like a sentry near the side of the window, FAMAS in hand. It's always the worst part, Mademoiselle Cosetta. The waiting. If they were shooting at you, you would know what to do. If you were running for your existence, you would know what to do. But right now, it's a calm before a storm.
I have a question for you, Yvette.
If I can answer.
Have you ever had to face the prospect of the one that you're blood bonded to being in a situation like this?
It is why I was embraced. It quite literally killed me.
So you get it then. That my
More?
mind is doing circles and I can't stop it.
Why do you think I am here and not with them?
I'm just doing my best to not makes it worse that the three people in this world that had some semblance of care about my existence could have also been there.
Then I have more faith in the dawn than you.
If the dawn didn't know it was coming. Which is always possible. He might very well be a pile of ash.
No. I very much doubt it.
Why's that?
Kindred are incredibly hard to kill. And the Dawn has never struck me as someone who enjoyed getting himself in the trenches after he managed to get others to do so. He brought you in a sadist, meaning that he does not have a taste for it himself, or he would relish it as though it was a fine dessert. He also requires the power of others. He enjoys being top dog. That has been challenged. And I think a small part of him is excited. He feels young again. Feels like he's suddenly lean. Back when he started. And he's feeling all the old instincts flooding back to him. Remembering what it was like to walk the streets and see danger. To end up keeping your head on a swivel. To have a clear target. It's a rush that he's not felt since he was a fledgling. You're giving him an opportunity, Mademoiselle Cosetta, to be young again.
That's a thought. I
Meanwhile,
think we should. I think we should expect him to show with his fangs bared.
I am counting on it. After all, I promised to have you fed.
What a miserable thought.
It is what you wanted. You laughed as you consumed Mario. You relished it. It made you happy to have him in your veins. To give him a true sense of yourself. That was the only moment I have ever seen you happy. I think you deserve to be happy once more.
He'll never leave me again, Yvette. Never.
And nor with the dawn.
It's true immortality.
meanwhile, as a car strolls down the streets and heads towards the scene of an explosion, Alistair at the driver's seat. What's going on in your mind right now, my good sir? As you're alone driving.
I don't usually like operating like this. but what I'm after is a high risk, high reward type situation that I'm probably not going to get another chance to do. It's not going to be easy to pull off, but I think given what I know and what I can do, I can minimize most things and improve the outcome. There's so much that I don't know, and I'm going to solve that with time. This is just another step to securing what I want.
You find yourself outside the gate of this mansion. Usually there is a gate attendant who would be there to allow entry into the premises. However, that's been replaced by Austin City Police. You see that they have taken up a position where they're quarantining off the entire property.
Now, given the plans that I had with Lamartha and the recalling of the thing, I remember there was a back way in.
Yes.
Could I park out there and quickly change?
Yes, you can.
I would put on the clean suit and the respirator, and pull the hood up, trying to make myself look as close to a crime scene worker as I could that's there to gather at.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And would try to start heading in through the back.
Okay. To kind of sneak into and to kind of sneak in through the back. This is not the normal entrance that a person from the crime scene sort of cleanup crew would actually take to kind of try and blend back into the commotion that's going on. I would like a composure and stealth. Let's see
That's not going to be good.
how well you can blend in.
This is not a good dice. Come on. Why didn't you roll?
Roll 20 must be rather slow today. Oh.
Nope, I'm just walking out.
A little blatantly. Someone from the team, also in a clean suit and a mask, kind of pulls up to you and says, "Hey, where you been?"
Long story. I'm here now, though. I'll get to work.
There's porta potties if you need to take a piss, man.
I know. That's my bad.
God, the owner of this place is gonna get livid.
I think he might be worried about something else. And he just looks to the giant hole.
The hole is kind of like on the side of the building where these trucks you would assume that trucks come in and out to park from this particular spot on a somewhat regular basis. The garage is completely blown to smithereens. The remnants of the box truck that was there is all scattered and now looks like remains just all over the parking area. You see that bits of the side of the house have also been blown away, and there's char marks, and you can see somewhat of the interior of the house from the places that have been blown away. And there's just so much blood around you. There's a lot to clean up for a cleanup crew.
Mm-hmm.
and you find yourself licking your lips almost subconsciously. Good thing you have a mask on, otherwise someone would see it. You kind of sniff, and some of this blood is still relatively fresh? Question mark. That that it does seem slightly appetizing, but you're not bothered by it at the moment since you are at a very low hunger right now. You're able to push through, but that almost instinctual sort of licking of your lips kind of takes you for a moment, and you kind of snap yourself out of it. The worker, as as he starts pulling out tools and utensils and things like that for being able to clean up the remains of vehicle and human alike, that he kind of just looks at you, pats you on the shoulder. You all right?
Yeah, it's been a long night. I think I'll start inside, and I'll go to head off, like with the
Your
bag
choice,
over my
man.
shoulder.
It's not any better in there.
As I'm walking through, I'm looking around and just taking stock of everything that's happened.
You hear the individual kind of mutter under his breath, "What a weirdo."
It's not wrong.
And so you make your way into the house, and what you see is that the house is just trashed. Anything and everything of value has been removed. That things that you would have seen, kind of, as far as like sculptures or vases or anything of any kind of museum sort of quality that would have been in this house, have all been removed. It seems that the evidence crews are taking literally everything that they can in order to use it as evidence. And so you may be here in time to figure out how much of this is kindred related and how much of this is something that you could take away with you, given that you have your one bag of, quote, tools with you.
Yeah, I just brought a large duffel bag. I was thinking you ever seen the army sacks, like kind of a deal that you can fold up? I probably have one of those in like a gym bag
Yeah,
that if I need to, I can just pack it full of stuff and walk out with it.
yeah, that's perfectly fine. You have a large backpack inside of a duffel bag that you're disguising as your toolkit,
Mm-hmm.
and well, we say disguising. It might actually not be that well disguised at all, as given that role. But it's as prepared as you could be. You start walking through the place. Most of the downstairs valuables are gone, as far as that goes. As far as the anything that was kept down here was sorted through and cataloged uh, and and things of that sort. So you see photographers are still there taking pictures of some of the evidence and some of the scenes that that are kind of blocked off from cleanup. They're kind of directing you in place in the directions of places that they've already skimmed through and could get cleaned up. Because this house is massive,
Mm-hmm.
and they're scouring through everything. So you are looking for the
I would probably be,
office.
yeah, I would probably be looking towards the Don's office, and
Mm-hmm.
then maybe exploring the rest of the house, looking to see if he had a library or a study.
Okay. Since you've been in this house before, you do know where the office is, and you do know that he does keep a lot of books in that office,
Mm-hmm.
whether they're mundane or not. You've glanced at, but you haven't had a good look at. So you're able to easily find yourself at the office, somebody comes up to indicate to you that they haven't gotten to this room yet. What do you do?
I'm just doing a walkthrough and a mental preparation for later tonight.
Be quick, because the photographers need the room next.
Copy that.
And so you easily convince them to walk away, and you jiggle the handle of the door of the office, and it's unlocked.
I'm going to go inside and lock it.
Okay.
And I'm going to start searching through this place for anything that is suiting what I'm looking for. With a primary, that's the primary. The secondary is removing kindred business to try to protect the masquerade.
Okay.
But
How much time are you willing to spend on this? Because you do know that there are people actively going through in and out of these rooms.
I'm going to do a quick once-over as fast as I can.
Okay. Quick once-over is going to be a wits and investigation.
And I will rouse the blood for this.
Okay.
Because I need this.
The masquerade is secondary to your objective, correct?
I'm mostly looking for, well, what I'm looking for is kindred related, but I'm mostly looking for the subjects that I'm looking for.
Mm-hmm.
If I see anything that could be dangerous, I might alter and destroy if I can, or if it doesn't take up too much space, throw in the bag. But
Okay.
that's not my primary.
Your primary goal
This is not my fuck up to clean up.
Your primary concern is anything of a Hakata nature.
Yes.
Books on necromancy and the undead.
If that is not enough, I will be willing to willpower the other two.
At a cursory glance, there isn't a whole lot in this room. You can willpower it, or you can succeed at a cost to know more.
What would the cost?
Aggravated willpower damage.
I forgot to write my desire in for the night. And the only way to get a willpower back is to succeed in something.
To succeed at a desire to get, that is how you cure aggravated willpower, yes.
I've never had one, so let's see how that works. I need to learn.
Okay. Aggravated willpower it is. Go ahead and mark that off as an X on your willpower box.
Yep.
So I'm going to treat this as a crit. What you find isn't that this place has the books that you're looking for. It's dotted with different things that are of an academic interest, possibly to distract those who would be of a discerning mind, such as yourself. What you find rather quickly, as if you could sniff it out for some reason, you find there is a latch on the side of a bookshelf. As you're kind of glazing your finger across these books, you find that one of them isn't real. And when you tug on it, it's a latch. And when you then kind of grip onto that and start to move something out of place, you see that there's a false door behind this bookshelf. And so you start taking books down to uncover all of this and be as and go as quickly as you possibly can to get into this false door. And what you find is that the latch has unlocked it. And you open the door, this very small, very narrow sort of door. And what you see behind it, first it's the smell. The smell is what catches you. Decay, rot, damp. You open it a little further and you see that there is a sort of hallway, very narrow, kind of built out of wood, that seems to lead into a false sort of section of the downstairs. And when you walk into this place, what you find is several gurneys, altars, can't be sure which at this point, with bodies on them. Long dead. There are several books that you see that as they're kind of closed on the tables next to these, you kind of open them up and you find that the sheets inside are made of vellum and written in what looks like blood. Sigils and markings of all sorts of things that this doesn't look anything like anything you've ever seen before. This is an oddity for sure.
Well, given what I'm seeing, I would collect the books and anything that looks important ritual-wise.
There
and
are
pack up.
There are a couple of journal books. There are a couple of little metallic idols. There's a couple of there's this sort of statuette of a woman. It's all eclectic. Everything in about this, you have no idea what it is, but you're fascinated.
Cannot wait to dig in. But I would do this as hurriedly as possible, and like if there's nothing else, try to slip out and look for if there's any other like places for like a library or other things that I can think of that I would need to look for.
I need you to make me a Dex Athletics, Alistair.
A Dex Athletics. Okay.
Yes. As as you're kind of sweeping things into your bag, you realize that something's touched you. You spin around, and what's touched you is one of these corpses has sat up and just sort of death gripped onto your arm, but you're easily able to slip away as you're faster than it could actually finish clenching down on your arm in order to stop you. And it's a blank face, skin and bone really only, but it's making noises at you that kind of give you the sense that it might not stop. What do you do?
Okay, I need to. Well, if it tried to grab me, I probably would have reactively done um a self-defense roll.
Okay. That's your that is a Dex Athletics roll for you, right?
No, we made it. It's a strength brawl
Oh, okay.
because of the judo training.
Okay, yeah, because it is going to lunge at you again, so
Okay, well, yeah,
it's going to
definitely
attempt.
knowing that,
It's
I'm
going to
going to.
attempt to stop you.
Well, I think I will just react like that.
Okay, meets and beats. You're able to keep it from really what it's trying to do is grapple you and distract you long enough uh to get whomever or whatever to come down here to come and take care of you, because it's making loud noises and shuffling, and you see that the other two bodies have started to sit up now, and look like they're going to come toward you now as well. What do you do?
I'm going to, given some of my experimentation, I'm going to use a power
Okay, what you gonna use?
for the first time ever in a situation other than experimentation.
Mm.
I'm going to use ashes to ashes.
Oh, ashes to ashes. Interesting. What is that roll?
I just pulled it up, and for this, it is stamina and oblivion versus stamina and medicine or fortitude.
Okay.
Um,
All right. So it's a stamina check for.
oh, I'm sorry. It's if it gets against if the corpse is unanimated over 3 turns with no test necessary. If it is, the unit rolls stamina oblivion against stamina. The corpses with fortitude may resist with stamina fortitude.
Okay. So it's going to be versus their stamina. So what do? Go ahead and roll it because it's going to take at least that long because they are resisting.
Yeah.
They're at least trying to pile on you. Okay. One of them has started to wither because you can only target one creature with that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
One
that
of
will take. Okay, I don't not get hungrier.
good deal. The one that was closest to you, you kind of reach out to it and start to see black, sort of blackish, sort of cloud, kind of almost permeates out of your hand, and when you touch this creature, it the area in which you've touched it, which is like on its arm to get it to let go of you, that's just kind of started to wither away, and uh, most of the forearm of this creature has now withered away into dust. Doesn't look like it's ready to stop just yet, but it's a start.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
I'm going to continue reading for 1 second.
okay. Meanwhile, they are going to attempt.
Okay, if a user wins, the animated corpse dissolves in 5 turns minus the margin of wins.
Okay. So 5 minus 2 is the margin, then that would be 3 turns.
Yep.
So it's going to still go after you, uh, even though it's kind of having a bad time. And since it's kind of missing a limb now, it's at a disadvantage, so it's only going to get 1 dice to its roll.
Okay. Can I go to throw it away? Do a
To
judo throw again?
like a judo throw, yeah, that's a strength brawl at a -1.
Okay.
because we're going to count these as the same turn. Because that's going to be your defense for its turn.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. You're able to shove it away. That one just kind of careens across the room, kind of knocking over some of these knocking over the gurney that it was laying on, kind of tumbling head over heels with it. And the other two are coming for you, and you can defend in a similar way, just at a -1 for each one. The first one's going to be a -2. The second one's going to be a -3. Unless you choose to do something else.
Have I picked up everything?
You have whatever's of value in this room.
Okay. Then, if they're slow, I'm basically going to lead them towards one wall and then go around quickly and go around them.
Okay.
And leave.
So you're going to kind of juke them into going in one direction by going in another.
Oh, I can't just leave corpses here. As I'm going by, can I try to ashes each one of them so that they would eventually disintegrate?
Yeah, they're still gonna each turn that you're doing that, you're still gonna have them to contend with. So this is gonna be a new round. The first one has taken its second round of decay. The others are still coming at you. So that's 2 down for that first one that you touched. So you're going to do so again on the next one.
Yep, I will do another. Oh shit! What was the roll? Stamina Oblivion.
Yep.
Ooh.
It's a tie. It's going to be 5 turns before this one decays.
Yeah.
But it's a successful land, but it's going to take longer. You can tell because it's not nearly as disintegrated. On its turn, it is going to attack you, and just by swinging. Which you can defend with either Dex Athletics or Strength Brawl, your choice.
I will try to throw this one away too.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm just setting up. Since I'm going to have to do it again, I'm setting up the actual discipline rolls because I didn't do that first.
Yep, and you're getting pretty hungry, and these corpses look desiccated. They look like I got nothing left.
Okay.
It's a tie, so they're not thrown, but you don't get caught. You don't take any damage either.
I thought it was 6 though. That makes it 2.
Huh?
You're rolling 2 dice, right?
Sorry. That's 1 success. Sorry. That's yeah. So that one's kind of tossed across the room as well. And then the third one is on the same turn, going to attack you as well. They get their full dice pool because they haven't acted yet. You are at a -3 if you're doing something to defend yourself. No, -2. Sorry, this is only 2 actions this turn.
Yeah, I'll do.
So that's 2.
I have to try to defend myself.
You got 3. You were able to chuck them all away, and so this in this whole scuffle, you have successfully thrown each individual into the wall. They're all careening around, kind of making a bunch of noise. You're fairly certain somebody's going to hear. Because you hear shouting from upstairs.
I'm going to. Is it a new round?
It would be a new round. Yep.
I'm going to quickly flick a little bit more of my blood onto the last one and get out of there.
Okay. So rouse and roll for the ashes to ashes. Okay. And they resist with their stamina. That one's also going to take a long time. It's going to take all 5 turns, but it is all of them are slowly starting to decay, and they are still coming after you. Each and every one of them has stood back up to
I'm going to
except for that first one. That first one's kind of melted away into ash already.
I'm going to just head back up the long hallway and get up to the thing and try to close the door and then push the book back to lock it.
Okay. Do you put the other books that you have thrown onto the floor back as well?
If I have time.
Well, let's see how quickly you can do that. That's going to be a dexterity. Oh, dexterity and what? Let's find out. Dexterity and let's make it an athletics. Let's see how quickly you can shove books back onto the bookshelf before somebody arrives. You start to grab some of the books, and maybe as you realize that you don't have a whole lot of time, and so you set a couple back on the bookshelf, but the rest are kind of on the ground still. You figure someone's going to be here before you have a chance to put them all back.
Okay. I will just enough to hide the door. But then I would go ahead and excuse myself out and go about my search.
Well, you would hear on the other side of the door that the knob is jiggling like somebody's trying to get in, but it's locked as you have locked it.
Mm-hmm.
And are you going to go up to the door and open it and get past them?
Yeah, if I've already done everything that I said I wanted to, I would.
Yeah, that's everything that's going to be in this room. And so you open the door, and you're staring down the faces of a policeman and one of the cleaning crew. What do you do?
I was thinking, I was just going to. Why didn't you guys just come in?
It was locked.
It wasn't locked when I came in, and I'm going to start turning the outside handle.
It's locked, or it was locked. Now that you've opened it, it's not.
That's weird.
What were you doing in there?
Just getting a mental preparation for how best to pack all of this up. It is going to be a pain. We're going to be here all night.
I heard noises. Scuffling.
I did trip and fall. I wasn't paying attention.
Is that why all those books are on the floor?
Yeah, I kind of fell into the bookshelf.
Make me a manipulation subterfuge. They both just kind of nod. All right.
Be real careful with the floor over there. That's like, there's got to be a floorboard underneath of the carpet that I just caught, and my leg went out.
Oh, jeez. This is... You see this police officer just sighs and pulls out some kind of notebook because they're going to have to notate that scene was disturbed, blah, blah, blah. All sorts of red tape, you imagine.
Mm-hmm.
And he just asks you, what's your name?
I'll just give a fake name.
Okay. Seems to believe you, because you're easily swaying him. Go home. Get out of here.
It's been a long night.
You're probably gonna hear from your supervisor about this.
I'm definitely going to hear about this. I don't usually make.
He just waves you off and goes into the room to try and make sense of what's now a mess in an office that they hadn't gotten to yet.
And now we'll walk out and probably head up the stairs to try to look for the library.
Okay. As far as another library is concerned, you would know that there's not.
There isn't. I would know that there wouldn't be another library.
Correct.
I'm
You've
I'm
been
also
here before.
not. Okay. I didn't know if he had another kind of study somewhere, maybe.
Mm-mm. That's
But,
his
okay.
one office. The rest of it was occupied by his goons.
Okay, if that's it, then I'm going to generally go home.
Yeah, because the rest of the house you would know would have been staff. They would have been his goons. They would have been mortals of any kind.
I was
Very few of the actual kindred under his employ actually stayed here.
Yeah, I wasn't I figure I got the Hakata treasure trove. I was literally going to see if he had any first edition books in the library that I could gank.
That
But
would have
that's
all that
about
would have
it.
all been in the broom that you were already in. So
Yeah.
you already collected all of that.
Yeah. So it was just me being me. Alistair would look for everything if he could.
Yep,
But if that's all he knows,
Yep.
then he will try to walk back out the back and
aside from what you collected, everything else has already been scraped through. So you go home.
Yeah.
With a little bit of a pep in your step.
Feel accomplished. We have saved it. Oh wait, I probably wouldn't go home first.
Oh.
I'd probably stop by my shop.
Okay. To do what?
Just to give a cursory glance and deposit these books. I wouldn't deep dive, but I would just kind of. No, actually, I wouldn't cursory glance because I have other things that I need to do tonight. But I would put them in the safe where the rest of my important stuff is right now.
Okay. Into the important stuff safe.
And then head home.
All right. I think that is going to be a good place for us to take a quick break. And when we come back, we'll see what happens for the rest of this night. As we continue episode 36 of Austin by Starlight. Get up and get a drink, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to Austin by Starlight, episode 36. Last we left off, Pax and Yvette were waiting. Eagerly, patiently, nervously. In either case, waiting for the next step. For what was going to happen next. For word about what may be happening. When finally, Pax, you get a message on your phone.
She's a little too quick, a little too eager to take a look. Then she opens it up and kind of fumbles the phone a little bit, check the messages.
The number it's from is from Don Hernandez. It just says, "Come outside."
She's looking down at it, almost a little bit in shock. She looks up at Yvette. He's here.
Yvette has been observing the window, checking the street. Does she see anything to confirm what Pax is saying?
Make a wits awareness.
Not a fabulous roll, but one that I will make. Duh.
You know this neighborhood. You know that not many are out walking late at night. And certainly not in pairs. And certainly not cloaked in the darkness of an alleyway. You see that between one of the houses, the alleys, is occupied by two individuals standing very closely together. In shadow, silhouette. But you see them.
I see them, Mademoiselle Cosetta. She looks back to Pax.
He wants me to come outside.
Does he believe the safety of the being outside will assist?
Gives him a point of escape, if you will. Pax. And she quickly messages back. No, you come inside. She's gonna make her way over to the door and swing it open, standing back so that she's out of the line of fire.
Yvette prepares to end up placing herself in a position where she can move into line of sight as required, preferably to end up firing from inside the house to dull the noise. But if necessary, she should be able to go through that front door.
Pax, you also get a message from La Muerta. Target spotted.
She messages back. I see him.
She doesn't reply back. You see that the two figures, start walking forward slowly, staying in the shadow.
Yvette keeps her gun trained towards the entrance, covering Mademoiselle Cosetta.
She waits at the door, putting her hand in visible area, gesturing for them to keep coming.
Stops about halfway through the road.
You gonna stand there all night? Wait for the cops to see you? Or the neighbors?
If that's what it takes, Cassetta.
Don't make this more difficult. Come inside. I believe we have a lot to talk about.
I know that we do. But do you think I'm stupid enough to grant you home field advantage?
You think I'm stupid enough to stick my head out this door?
We could talk at a distance if you like. I'm
Oh,
sure
that's great.
Julian won't mind.
Let the entire neighborhood hear.
In fact, you can see that it is Don Hernandez, a little scuffed, but otherwise not unharmed. You see that in his arms he has Julian, who is injured.
Can I see how badly he's injured?
Make a wits awareness. He's bloody, bruised, cradling an arm, and he looks like he's limping.
All the more reason for you to come in.
Or we could go to neutral territory.
There's no neutral territory. You know that. This is about as neutral as you're gonna get.
Sorry, what?
You know I can't do anything against you.
That doesn't stop the rest of your friends.
Friends. What are friends? I don't even know anymore.
You could come home.
I can't come home. I don't have a home.
I thought I was home.
Not since you kicked me out. You were home, and then you didn't want me.
I guess you don't want this anymore. He pulls out a gun and levels it at Julian's head.
Takes a deep breath. And she pokes her head out the door.
Yvette moves to cover.
She steps out onto the front porch, putting her hands up in the air.
Mademoiselle. You can take the
Come
shelter
inside. Let's talk civilly. No more of this bloodshed. I saw what happened on the news. How many more gotta die?
How many more indeed? It's on your soul.
Is it? How's it on my soul, boss?
It's your fault.
What did I do?
You disobeyed.
I asked a question. I did not disobey.
Come down here, Pax. And I need you to make a willpower check. You can see him, so it is difficulty 5.
It's funny because I only got 4 dice.
Still not enough. You find yourself just inching forward as if by command. Stepping off of the porch.
She makes the decision to start to not fight there. He ain't gonna budge. He ain't gonna do what she asked. He was never gonna do what she asked. He was never. He never cared about her enough to do. I'm coming, boss. You gonna let Julian go? Don't need to bring regular folk into this.
You can see that now that you're getting closer, that Julian is somewhat shaking. He looks like he's a bit in shock.
Yvette will end up here with no hesitation going beside Mademoiselle Cosetta, her eyes upon the supposed hostage.
Yeah, but he looks like he's barely able to stand. Like he's leaning on the Dawn as much as the Dawn is carrying him hostage.
I would like to perform a quick insight.
Okay, what's an insight?
The Don, does he look like he has suffered aggravated damage? And more importantly, do I catch Pax's eyes looking towards that damage?
Looking over the Dawn? No, he's unscathed. His clothes might be a little bit dirty, maybe from rubble, but otherwise he looks uninjured. Come along,
Wait.
Pax.
Yvette, whatever happens, get Julian out. He don't deserve any of this.
Julian kind of looks up at you, Pax. Just go. Just leave me.
As you wish, Mademoiselle Cosette. Julien? Ici. Come with me. And I am extending a hand.
The Don doesn't untrain his firearm off of Julian, even as he's walking towards you. Stay right
Fabio.
there.
I place myself between, as Julian walks over, between Julian and Boss Hernandez. Monsieur Hernandez, you and I both know that will do absolutely nothing. If it makes you feel better, you may pull the trigger, but it means nothing to me. Or perhaps you are unaware of exactly who I am. Child of Jacques Lacroix.
The name that everyone laughs at.
However, there is something I think you did not account for.
I'm sure. Because, let's be honest here, Pax, you were never the brains of the operation. Always the brawn.
I was never anything but a tool.
That's all you allowed
Never.
yourself to be.
I am what I was made to be, boss. It's what you made me to be.
And now what? You expect me to just lie down and get this over with? When you can't lift a finger?
Pax is gonna walk towards him. Hands still in the air. My fingers are lifted.
Don't you come anywhere near me.
Is his eyes currently affixed to Pax?
Yes, they are.
So I am not or I am more in peripheral at this point.
Yes, you are.
You wanted me out here, boss. I'm here.
I am going to shoot near Boss Hernandez
Oh.
because I know something that Boss does not. I haven't fed near Mademoiselle Cosetta since Mario.
And he can definitely see the hunger on her face. This is why he does not want her anywhere nearby. And so if you would like to make a firing shot, you may. That will be a dexterity and firearms in this case. He is going to attempt, without cover, to dodge.
And that is going to be a willpower. 6.
With 6. Oh my goodness.
And he is at penalty for -2.
Yes, he is. Let me actually pull up his sheet. Did I actually do a full sheet on him? Yes, I did. Okay, cool. So he's going to attempt to dodge at -2 because he has no cover. Yikers.
1. So that is 5 plus 4 equals 9. Divide by 2, round up. 5 points of superficial damage.
Oh boy.
And I believe the blood hair splat should cause Mademoiselle Pax to frenzy.
Pax, are you at Hunger 4?
Yes.
Okay, difficulty 3 on Frenzy check. Unless you would like to ride the wave.
I would like to ride it.
Okay. No frenzy roll. So, Pax, it is your turn. You are going to also make a strength and brawl at a -2 as you are going to bite him. And he will also try to athletics check out of that to dodge away from you. Oh! It's a double crit. Okay. Well, he was dodging. He was not actually attacking you. So what happens is he sees that hunger on your face. He's seen it before. He knows how you react when you're like this. And so as you go to lunge with your fangs outstretched, he spins around you and is now behind you as a point of order and is now in the rear of you with a new round coming up. Yvette, what do you do?
I continue the shooting. I am continuing to embrace the American tradition.
Yes, continue the shooting.
Is this under composure now that Pax is beginning to try and get upon him?
Yes, Don Hernandez. So with the way that they're lined up now is that Don Hernandez is now standing behind Pax, as Pax went to go and lunge for him, and so Pax is in the way. You do in order to accommodate for the fact that Pax is in the way and he's essentially using her for cover right now. You're at a -2.
Very well. That's only -1 with my specialty.
Okay.
Just shoot
But
your
I am built to do this. Wow, I can't roll dice to save my life. I will. Got decent with athletics. No, I'm not gonna roll power it. I'm just gonna let that one stand as is for now.
Okay. He's able to dodge. Pax, would you make a dexterity athletics for me, please?
Remember, he's at -1 now that he's acting.
He's not acting against Pax at this moment.
No, but he's already responded to me, so he's at minus penalty for his next response, right?
Right, for anything he does next.
Yeah.
This was
Pax.
Pax was for Pax. It was in response to your gunfire.
Fair.
And so, Don Hernandez was able to dodge, but it does nick Pax. And so Pax, you're going to take 1 point of superficial health damage.
That's fine.
You think you're clever. And he is going to... what is he going to do? I don't know what powers he has. So we'll just run it like it is. Okay. 2. He is actually going to go for a brawl on Pax. And try to shove her to the ground.
I just realized I have a kindred roll specialty.
Well, we'll have to pick that up for next time. Alright, that's at a -1. Pax, make a dexterity athletics if you wish to dodge.
Oof.
He gets another one on you.
So one's superficial.
Yep, 1 superficial. Stay down! Alright, Yvette, what you doing?
I look to near Julio.
Looks like he's gonna bolt as quickly as he can.
Fantastic.
But he's kind of hobbling.
Run. She simply says, no harsh command, no barking orders. She's calm. This is her rhythm. She begins continuing to take aim, trying to be careful of Mademoiselle Cosetta as she ends up firing another burst. Preparing. Ages of training coming to this. She begins to remain unloading.
Composure firearms. He's going to be trying to duck behind one of the vehicles on the road.
Going to be difficult with Mademoiselle Cosetta currently trying to do so, but she will definitely be cutting the pie, such to speak. But wow, I can't roll anything.
Oh, come. Oh, he can't roll anything either, so.
I will willpower that one.
Okay.
4.
Okay, so he's going to spend a willpower too. He has 1.
Okay,
3v3
so,
meets it beats.
Actually, it's 4v from hit. 4v3.
Oh, it's 4 for you. That's right. He takes 1 point
So
of super
he
fail.
takes 5. That's 5.
Oh.
He's beat by 1 in the hit from us is plus 4.
Oh, yeah, you're using the FAMAS.
Yeah. So the FAMAS is plus 4. They make it a total 5. Half goes down to 2.5. Rounds up to 3. 3 points of superficial.
Okay. He just growls at you. Fucking bitch!
I would be more concerned with the missus who wants a piece of you. She seems to be famished. And I'm sure that you being peppered is making you look all the more delicious.
Yep. So, Pax, make me a strength brawl at a -2 for a bite attack.
Can I make that a -1 instead because of my specialty?
Yeah, I'll allow it.
+1 and then -2 is penalty, so yep.
Yep, I'll allow it, since this is versus a kindred.
Any chance I can willpower that?
No. Because you are
No,
in
'cause I'm
frenzy, my dear.
frenzy. Right, that's the thing.
You can willpower to get out of frenzy, but you cannot willpower in frenzy.
Nah.
Yeah, he's
Oh.
easily slips out of your grasp and is starting to bolt.
He's not pinned it yet, huh?
No, he is not. He is not pinned at all. He is starting to run. What do you do?
I am
Dex?
going to... Oh, go ahead.
I said Pex is gonna chase him.
Okay.
Yvette will continue firing.
Okay. Yvette's going to continue firing. Composure firearms. And he is actually going to be able to get into some cover at this point since he is darting away.
Rousing the blood to increase my odds. And so
As will
that's going to be
he.
+2, so that's going to be +1.
Hungrier.
What is my dice pool? I've rolled over like 30 dice, and I maybe have a grand total of like 8 successes tops.
I know.
Let's see what he rolls to counter. I'm not going to willpower that.
He's dodging out of the way. Yeah, he's ducked into some cover, and is as far as you can tell, he's wounded, but he's not out yet. All right, what do you do?
Well, I believe it's Pax
Yep.
going to be mauling him. However, him being behind cover or trying not to get shot while being accosted might be a little difficult.
Okay. Yep. Then Pax, you're gonna make me a stamina brawl to catch up to him and then go in for an attack. But you're not in the frenzy state. You're just trying to catch up with him for right now, so you're avoiding the bite attack.
Okay. So adding that kindred modifier?
Yep. Stamina brawl.
Oh my fucking god.
And he is going to athletics away from you. But he is at a -1.
I'm just waiting for Lamweta to take her shot.
With her having such a big gun, she is avoiding unless necessary. So until you give her the all clear to go ahead and fire, then she's waiting for your call.
This is not with it enough.
Yeah, he's dodging you left and right, and it's making you angry. Perhaps you underestimated him, Pax.
Nah, she knew this could happen.
New round. Pax, are you still staying in your frenzy?
I would like to willpower to break it, actually.
Okay. Willpower to break it. That is perfectly fine. That is free for you to do. What do you do otherwise?
She is gonna... I would like to use Aspects, Premonition, to track his movements and try and get ahead of him.
Okay. Make a premonition roll. Yvette. What do?
Gotta push it again. Arousing the blood to fire.
He is rousing the blood to heal.
And So he is stuck behind the car, being accosted by Mademoiselle Cosetta.
Hmm.
So if he tries to run away, he is no longer in cover. Oui?
That's correct.
So he's no longer in cover right now.
Yep, he's looking to bolt. He's done his one rouse for the round that he could do to heal himself.
Très bien. Bastien Lacroix, my ancestor, I pray unto you, give me the strength. What?
Oh, that didn't roll any dice.
Qu'est-ce que fuck?
Qu'est-ce que fuck?
I'm
That's
going to rouse.
better.
I'm going to willpower.
Okay.
No crit.
Okay.
Uh,
So that is 7 versus 3, so that's margin of 4.
and plus 4, that makes 8, halved back down to 4.
Your shot just kind of what you see happen is he begins to dart, and your aim is zeroed in on this, and so your rifle is steady as you fire off the shot. This shot essentially clips him in the shoulder hard enough that he goes for a spin in the as a result of the concussive force, and has tripped over his own feet. So if he's for his run, he is going to be at a -2 right now for this round. Pax, what are you doing?
So she did her aspects to try and get ahead of him. She is now at like 5 hunger.
And
You can fix that, can't you?
where is your premonition roll?
Above Yvette. So, Boss Hernandez, Yvette, Boss Hernandez, at Pack.
Oh, that one didn't come up yet on my end.
Huh.
Premonition,
weird.
there is 4. No crit.
4 no crit? Okay. You know he's in a bad state. You can see that he's in a bad state right now, and you know that if he were to run, that he would be, dodging into sewers or into alleyways or anything like that. That he's outmatched, and perhaps he knew that coming here.
Boss,
Perhaps
if
he
you
knew
just
that all
give
along.
up. Boss, if you just give up, you and I can be together forever. Doesn't that sound nice? And she's gonna keep chasing after him.
Okay. Make me a strength and brawl. At a -1, because you're taking 2 actions this turn.
Can I willpower that at all? No, I
You
can't
have no dice to power.
Who knows? Perhaps he will direct dice it.
He's slippery. He's so slippery, Pax. Why won't he just give up?
Don't you want to be with me, boss?
Get the fuck away from me.
We could be together forever. Doesn't it sound nice?
No. No, it doesn't.
Join Maurice. Not Maurice.
Mario.
Mario. You could join Mario.
You're sick. And he's going to dive into a sewer grate. What do?
follow.
Yvette is. Ooh. There's a sewer grate.
Mm.
No, I'll just take the shot. I want to end up finishing him before he gets out.
All right. Pax, you're running, and what are you doing when you catch, if and when you catch up?
She's gonna follow and she's gonna try and munch him.
All right. Go for a strength brawl with a bite attack.
With my +1.
Yep. So it's a -1 total.
Oh, -1 total.
Yeah, because it's a called shot.
Sorry, let me just redo that then.
Mm-hmm.
It's 1. And all you need to do is bite him once. And come on, Yvette. Come on. Willpower in that.
Get it.
Come on.
Oh, you didn't even need to spend that willpower.
I was trying to go for the crit.
You didn't need to. He is out. He is down.
Yvette fires another burst of rounds, 3 shots. Striking down Boss Hernandez. Watching him crumple before Pax. Crippled. Torport. Bleeding and open and helpless. Served before her on a platter. Chance for them to become one as the Mademoiselle continues to walk forward.
When she gets to him, she leans down, drops down to the bottom of the sewer.
Oh, I thought I stopped him before he got in the sewer. This is on the street, is it not?
He would have crumpled down. He would have crumpled in front of you on the street. Yeah.
Okay. Well, she kneels down beside him on the street. She just barely got awareness of him and of her surroundings enough that she starts to scoop him up and drag him back to the Coterie Haven. This is not something that should ever be done in the open. Not where everyone can see. Looking at his form it's hard. This is the man that took her out of what could only be called slavery. This is the man that turned her into what she is. He played with the mind of her father, made him unstable. Sure, he made him unstable. It had something to do with her mother, but she's not quite sure what. He molded her like a piece of clay. He was as much a father to her as her own father was. And just fucking monstrous. drags him back to the coterie house through the front door and into the living room where she spent so much time working for him, working for the coterie, being their face, their head. She knew what was going to happen every step of the way. She could see it laid out before her like the map of the streets of the city. She can hear the voices of every person that she's ever broken down by this man's orders. Every piece of her missing soul in his hand. And she leans in and bites. So fucking hungry.
So hungry. You start ripping flesh apart to get at the vitae, that delicious, inky vitae. Ripping what's left of his body to pieces.
Yvette watches this. She simply walks behind the mademoiselle to her right side, the place she has always stood, observing Mademoiselle Pax commit this act once again. She witnessed her do the same to Mario, consuming him. And now she consumes her domator, Boss Hernandez. Yvette simply looks, seeing if there is even a smile on Pax's face. Is this what she wanted, truly?
She wouldn't see a smile. Instead, she would see bloody tears slowly making their way down her cheeks. She loves him, but she fucking hates him so much. She could have been something better. She could have been something so much better. And because of him, she was never anything but a tool.
As you sip that last drop and begin feeding on the soul of Don Jose Maria Angel Hernandez, I would need you to take one stain. And then I need you to roll me a roll composed of your humanity plus your blood potency.
Yvette, observing this, seeing the end of Boss Hernandez, reaches into her side holster, the gun that La Muerta gave her. And she begins to thumb back the hammer.
Take one more stain. Or one more humanity loss. Pax. Does that reduce your humanity to 0?
No, my humanity is at 4.
Alright. Noted.
Yvette, with the pistol trained to the back of Mademoiselle Cosette's head, is reminded that the first time She had fed Mademoiselle Cosetta. This blood leech, this diableriste. Yvette promised her she would save Mademoiselle Cosetta. And now, Boss Hernandez is no more. Yvette sees lights coming in. Somebody pulled up. Does not matter now. She simply waits for Mademoiselle Cosetta to pull her head back in victory, letting Mademoiselle Cosetta feel these moments. As her index finger leaves the trigger guard and places upon the trigger.
Pax sits up, face stained with tears. And she leans back, resting her head against the end of the pistol. Do you think anybody could have ever actually loved me, Yvette? Do you think it was ever possible?
Yvette knows the words that she should say. How, yes, Pax, there would have been a time. That there would have been a time where you were not this crazed thing. That you were not a butcher. That you are not a torturer. But in truth, the world influences our decisions, but it does not make them. Yvette had rejected the Camarilla and her sire and the wants of all of her lineage. She wants to speak the words, no. You could never have been loved or cared for. You would have slaughtered them all. And then she stops and simply says, yes. At that, the sound of footsteps rounding the corner as she pulls the trigger.
Alistair, you walk into this scene. Just as Yvette had pulled the trigger on the back of Pax's head, and Pax flops forward.
I'm just going to kind of stand there, kind of shocked, and kind of slowly start backing away, reaching into my pocket for the only thing that I know that I have protection, and watching Yvette very closely.
Yvette turns the pistol towards you, not sure who's just entered. But when she sees you, she switches the safety on and takes the cartridge off the floor. She reaches to the ashes of Don Hernandez and of Pax. She walks to Monsieur Knight, extends her hand, and if you were to open his hand,
You would?
she drops a small amount of the ash in his. The debt for Lupe has been repaid.
What happened?
And just as you say that, Alistair, another set of footsteps comes out from behind something, runs into the room, sees Pax on the ground. It's Julian. He hobbles over and he looks at her. He sees the gunshot through her head. No, 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 no. He starts picking her up and cradling her. No, 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 no.
Yvette.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, Alistair's gonna see this, and recognize him from the times he's went with Pax. He's gonna walk over and try to get him to his feet. Come with me.
No, 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 no. I'm not leaving her.
Don't worry. Come with me.
Monsieur Knight,
Trust me.
I have a contract to fulfill.
I understand. Give me a moment. And I'm going to try to get him into the room outside of the view. And just give Yvette a look to, like cover up or something. Oh, sorry.
She will not leave his side. And when she said she has a contract.
Then he would understand if he wouldn't leave. But I'm going to try to get him into another room.
He's just... Tears are welling up in this man's eyes. Tears that you're sure that this man hasn't cried in years.
I'm going to look at him and...
What the hell happened?
I think the only thing that could have given the situation. But I'm going to do you a kindness. I'm just going to look at him and say, forget. And I'm going to use cloud memory to take the last few minutes away from him.
Alright. He's standing there, kind of dazed. He almost needs your help to stay standing.
I want to guide him over to a bed, get him to lay down. And when he snaps out of it, I'm going to feed him a story that he was in a car crash. That he's really beat up. He needs to rest.
He doesn't fight you. He just lays there.
I'll go and get some ibuprofen. And then when I finally have him settled away, I will go out and start cleaning up.
Yvette.
Oh, sorry.
No.
I was going to say being careful to collect, has Pax turned to ash?
It's torpid.
Torpid. I will collect Don Hernandez's ashes and keep them separate. And then I will take Pax and carry her downstairs. Because I'm unsure what we're going to do. And after there's no real trace left of it, kind of just sit down and wait to see what happens next.
Yvette thinks upon the rotting remains of Pax. To showcase how young she is. Yvette will have no such courtesy when she dies. She looks over Julian. I imagine Alistair out of habit probably brought him to his own room, to which Yvette leans upon the dresser. And then her eyes stick down to an envelope. She almost forgot. She takes it and looks upon it. Can't help but snicker a bit, smiling at this. Not all love is pretty, nor lasts forever, but it is to be experienced, if nothing else. Good luck with your wedding. She looks at the check put aside. The future. She tries not to cry. After all, it's like she said before. Mademoiselle Cosetta asked a long time ago, who hired you? And Yvette answered, Cosetta. Yvette truly hoped she would be able to end Pax's pain. And in a way, she did. The happiest ending one can hope, as Diablerist, the drinker of the amaranth, or perhaps, more accurately, a friend to a LaCroix.
I think that is where we are going to call the end of Austin by Starlight. We will take a brief break, and we will come back with maybe some Q&A and maybe some happy tears in just a few moments.
I'm not crying, you're crying. Shut up.
Thank you all for joining us today. As the last bit that we will leave you with in this chronicle from Austin is a little wedding. Small, but happy nonetheless. Where a few of our cast members have joined Yvette in celebrating the joining of her family to that of Dale Glass. One particularly interesting thing that happens at this little wedding is that another kindred by the name of Mr. Ball has walked Yvette down the aisle as a substitute for a father figure. A person who's been her mentor since the very beginning. And when the ceremony, beautiful as it is said and done, and the groom kisses the bride, a family now joined, for a brief time anyway. And during the reception, where everyone is sharing in joy and merriment, dancing, and a little bit of sadness that maybe Pax couldn't be here for this moment. Mr. Ball pulls aside the bride, Yvette, in a dance. I hope that was satisfactory, my dear.
Yvette in her wedding dress almost imagines it as small of an affair as it is. It could be out of one of those movies. She sways with Monsieur Ball as they dance. Pax's cross dangling from her neck. A final gift, or a trophy, if one were so inclined. He smiles to him. She has used the blush of life, and yet at this moment she dances the dance. Monsieur, it is everything one can hope, because it is mine.
I have a gift that perhaps isn't appropriate for all guests to witness. But I had a proposition.
She sways and leans into him. Perhaps one of those corny spins that is oftentimes done while Monsieur Ball dances with the grace and elegance of a gentleman. Yvette is 2 left feet. Yet she smiles and tries to enjoy herself, dancing with a fellow predator, a creature who is as damned as she. When she's pulled close, she looks at him, this small Asian man with such strength. What is the proposition, Monsieur Ball?
I would like, should you also have the same desire, to adopt you. I suppose is the proper term.
To be welcome among your line.
Yes.
She stops and dances and holds him tightly. Yvette's trials and tribulation have left her scarred, her hands bloodied. But by some miracle, her humanity intact. Yet at this exact moment, it is no longer the ventrue of Yvette Lacroix, but Yvette de la Fontaine, who holds Monsieur Bon so tightly, like a child who has just seen their father come down the stairs dressed as Santa.
You may briefly be known as Yvette Gale, or Yvette Dale. But you will forever be known as Yvette Hartstadt.
She looks up at him, and perhaps unbeknownst to herself, small pools of red meet at the corner of her eye.
Congratulations.
He holds him tight and looks over her shoulder to see Dale and Chris, see Alastair, Philia, and off in the corner, simply observing the tradition hidden in shadow. Monsieur Douglas, and of course, the true guest of honor, Baron C. Kane, as promised. A small affair. But the family she has chosen in the city of Austin, under the Starlight.
And there you have it. Thank you to my cast members for just being wonderful.
Oh yeah.
Thank you for hosting this game.
I had to do the shout out to Gregor.
Yes, absolutely.
There's no
Thank
way.
you.
The best
There was no
frenemy.
way. There was no way he was not going to be. And he's probably one of the few kindred guests that can actually keep it on the down low.
I love that. Thank you.
Yes,
Gregor
absolutely.
was fun to play.
Yes, he was wonderful. Yes. I
I'm
love
gonna miss this chronicle so much.
The moment you said Hardstead, I'm like, must not make a shotgun wedding joke, must not make a shotgun wedding joke, must not make a shotgun wedding joke.
I actually didn't realize Mr. Ball was a Hardstadt.
Yep. Yep,
God
he's a
damn.
Hartstadt.
That's a hell of a line to be accepted into.
The moment that Derek mentioned who Mr. Bull was, The moment he said, "Do you remember Mr. Ball?" it suddenly clicked in my head immediately, and I'm like, "Oh shit! Oh god!" I was so excited about it. We love us a hard Stadt.
Yes.
So side note, for those who don't know, I know we're gonna have a few AMAs, but Mr. Ball is an alias for another character I played in Spectre's game called Mr. Pitch.
Mm-hmm. Yep, same
And the
character.
the whole idea of this character was, because of the uncertainty, Mr. Pitch was put into the Anarchs, literally assigned to them by the Camarilla, to be kind of in case the Camarilla wins, or in case the Anarchs win, the Hardstadt line would still continue.
Mm-hmm.
And so he is such a traditionalist. It works so well for Yvette.
He's impressed by her, so he's going to adopt her. She has no sire in the city of Austin, and he has no childer in the city of Austin, so it only makes sense.
Specs, your comment in the chat just broke my heart. In all the best ways.
Aww.
She may have been embraced a LaCroix, but she was made to be a Hardstadt.
I love it.
Love it. You guys are making me want to cry.
Good. You do this shit to us all the time.
I know, and you guys love it, and you keep coming back. Which, by the way, we are going to be coming back with a new Chronicle on my birthday of all days for for a new setting. So we're going to be doing a Camarilla setting in the city of Dallas and Fort Worth. Since they're close enough together, it's a giant city megaplex. And so we're going to be doing that as our next Chronicle. And like I said, it gives us about a month to get all of the preparations done. Gives me time to address, getting all the layouts and tokens and shit done. And since Spectre is going to be moving cities, they're going to need the time to move anyway. So it just works out that way. So, any questions from the chat?
Yeah, let's get a Q&A.
Let's get a Q&A going. So, we're going to be accepting questions. I will read them off as you guys see fit. So,
it's not a question, but that is the best comment. There's a hole in my heart, and it's in the back of Pax's head.
Hey, Maddie from the Hero Zone just rated us. My alerts are not going off right now, and I don't understand why.
Oh.
And my chat's invisible too. Stupid Streamlabs. But yes, thank you, Maddie, for rating. Thank you guys so much for all of that. Thank you. We were just finishing up the finale of Austin by Starlight, which you can check the VOD on !YouTube, and you will get to my YouTube channel, or !Austin will give you the actual playlist. So definitely give that a look. We are finishing up the Chronicle as of today. So next week and the following weeks after that, we're until my birthday, which is July 12th. We're not going to be running Austin by Starlight. I might do VtM streams of another kind where it's more workshop and creating characters, doing illustrations, things like that for the game, just to kind of keep me on task. Keep me on task for what it is I need to do. So in a way, it might be a little bit spoilery for my cast to know the stats of some of the characters, but in other ways, it's going to be like, these are high enough in court that they're probably just going to be not really going to interact with these people anyway. But I have a whole court to build, at least to name, clan, and put generations on, and concepts. So I might even be prompting chat for some concepts too. So we'll see how that goes. I think that would be fun.
This is a cue. if you want your character featured in Dallas, send Coffee your character sheet.
Send me your character concept, and it might just get an appearance in Dallas. It's a big enough city, sort of area that there's going to be lots of room to put lots of characters. So uh, it's a setting I'm probably going to do more than once in the chronicles. So it might be a series of chronicles. So we'll have to see. But yeah, on task with your normal schedule and all. Yep. Were there any questions in chat? Spam mail coffee. Don't spam my DMs, please. But yeah, you can if you're gonna just spam concepts, just keep them brief.
So I got one.
Okay, what's your question, Derek?
What made you want to end up playing PAX, Moxie? What was the onus on that?
So essentially, I actually found a song that really inspired her character. And basically that song led me down a rabbit hole that was Al Capone and everything to do with The Godfather and all that sort of shit. And that's basically what led me into PAX. And I love delving into trauma, because trauma is such an interesting topic for me, and psychology and the way that all comes out. So that's how she became a Malkavian on top of everything else. So yeah, it's just a combination of things.
Nice.
Yeah.
I enjoyed PAX.
Oh, I love PAX. I think she's my favorite character so far that I have
But
played.
you did such a good job with Rodney too.
I know, though.
Rodney can be found right now in San Jose because of that.
Yes.
What a darling boy.
Actually, the
My impression
song
is pretty good.
I think it too.
the song that inspired PAX is called "Kill V Maim," and it's by Grime.
Okay,
So if you guys are
Ooh,
interested
go and look
in
that up.
that's a
that
pretty good.
is the song that inspired her.
Wait. Did I make a character that actually survived the Chronicle and might show up again?
You never
Yeah.
know.
Seems to be the case. I don't know how you
Seems-
screwed that up, but there you go.
I don't know.
I have a question for all the other players. That goes kind of off of the last topic. What were the what kind of music do you put for your characters' playlists? What songs and bands do you associate with your characters for this chronicle?
I have an entire playlist for PAX that is 36 songs long. It
That's a lot.
includes songs like Houdini from Aviva, Kill V Maim, Paranoia by Nathan Wagner. That's the radio edit version of it. I've got, let's see, I'm just looking at her playlist now. I've got Another One Bites the Dust by Queen in there, obviously. Teardrops by Bring Me the Horizon. Little Girl Gone by Chinchilla, which is a big one that's come in very recently. So yeah, I've just got songs that kind of fit to her niche in terms of sound or lyric.
Anyone else? Is it just me and Mox that does playlists?
No, I
For
assure
Alistair,
you,
what's been the signature song, if any?
So mostly with him, the kind of idea of the only song that I kind of fit the tone in my head to get an idea of how he was a I think it was an Avenged Sevenfold song, but
Hmm.
um
Ben
I don't
Sevenfold's
know.
pretty good.
Give me a second to think.
Okay.
Actually,
Um,
Coffee, is there somewhere I can maybe post a playlist in your
Um.
Discord for people to go have a listen to?
Yeah. If you want to post it in the general in Discord.
There was one
Just
other
in
song
general?
that
Yeah, because for some reason my bot's broken. I can't even give permission for links in here right now. So I don't know what's going on with with my bot. But that's given. But yeah, if you want to check out the Discord, Mox will be posting her playlist for PAX. If y'all want to give it a listen, it's a Spotify playlist, right?
No, it's actually a YouTube playlist.
YouTube playlist. Okay, even
So it
better.
should be accessible for everybody.
Nice. You were gonna say something?
that's it. I couldn't remember who sung it,
Mm,
but it's an Architect song called Animals.
animals.
That
Okay.
it was it pretty much fit the tone for the story I wanted to tell, because Alistair was either going to end up it was going to end up working and he was going to get where he was, or he was going to put his foot in his mouth and get himself killed, and it was going to be a bleak story.
Mm,
Either way, it wasn't going to be a happy one though.
mm, mm, mm. Oh, fun.
So
What about for you, Spectre? You have some signature songs for your 3 characters that you played in this chronicle?
oh yeah. Oh yeah. So for Gregor Douglas, it was The Chauffeur by Duran Duran. um, for Lupe, it was Les Artistes by, oh god, who was it? Let me see if I can remember the band name. Les Artistes song. Les Artistes by Santigold. And for Ophelia, there were 2 songs that were kind of like the differentiation of how, depending out on how Ophelia would play, because she's kind of on the newer side, which was Weak and Powerless by A Perfect Circle and Bjork's Army of Me.
Mm-hmm. Very awesome, very awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And then Derek is getting cat kisses.
Mm-hmm.
What's your signature song?
Yvette has actually 2. She's an amalgam of 2 very specific songs, both of them done by Divide Music.
Hmm.
The first one is a tribute to Diane from Seven Deadly Sins called The Serpent Sin.
Hmm.
In fact, Coffee, if you wanted, you can literally open up her character sheet, and the chorus of that is literally posted as a reminder
Mm-hmm.
of what her personality is like. But as far as the plot goes, and I know Coffee would be a sucker for this, is another song by him, Divide Music, called The Crown.
Mm.
It's a tribute to Lelouch of Code Geass.
Mm.
Fantastic anime.
Fantastic anime and fantastic song.
Yes.
The drop on it is corruption holds the crown. And that is what Yvette is.
We got 2 chat questions.
Yes.
Ravenstar asked, given that Alistair lived, what's his plan going forward? Same for Ophelia and hell, even Gregor Douglas. I'll let you start, Alistair.
Oh. Alistair is very much where he wanted to be. He kind of became right-hand man to Baron Kane to get access to all the information that he wanted. And he's going to keep working and learning. He's going to decipher everything he can about Hakata rituals and learn every Tremere thing he can about magic, the supernatural, and eventually wants to be the guy that you go to if you need to know something. That is his end goal. Is he does not want to stop learning. He doesn't like not knowing. So until he knows everything, which is damn near impossible, or he dies, that's his motivation, and he'll do anything to get to where that is. He doesn't have to be in charge. He doesn't care who's in charge as long as it's not an obstacle for him learning. That's the only time he would make plays against people.
My answer for Ophelia is that she has set up everything to reconcile any sort of power dynamics that might occur into the future with Austin. A lot of it has to do. A lot of the footwork that she did was making sure that the Nosferatu had the underground. She and Ball and Yvette, the three powerhouses, political powerhouses, had the overworld. And ultimately, part of this was also in preparation for the fact that she would lose one of her touchstones, which held her conviction. Honor your heritage, which is the conviction that held her to keep loyalty to Baron Kane. Well, her mom obviously dies. She didn't want to do anything about it, because if she did, it would change her in a way that she couldn't repair. It would take away her mother's agency, and to Ophelia, that was just as bad as killing her. So, yeah, from there, it's forward march. That's Ophelia's plans. Gregor, on the other hand, he's happy where he's at.
He loves being the chauffeur for De La Rosa.
He's been doing it. He was De La Rosa's ghoul for such a long time. And the thing is that De La Rosa did not necessarily stop Gregor from living a human life. Because all he was a chauffeur. He was a driver. So he only really needed to be present when their blood was involved, or when
There was a need for a car.
Yep. So basically, it was just a job for somewhere between 60 to 80 years. And Gregor actually, in San Jose, actually had like a wife and child as a ghoul. And yeah. So
San Jose?
In San Antonio.
Yeah. Yeah, wow, did I say San Jose?
Yeah,
If you
did.
said San Jose, I'm like, I'm writing that in. Right now, I'm writing that in. I didn't know. We're making a plot out of this.
If you want it to be, it can be there.
No.
It's up
He'll
to you.
show up. You know he will. That's his thing. He's very
He
prompt.
shows up wherever. He is one of the... It literally, at this point, I would be surprised if Gregor isn't on a first-name basis with Kane, who is also driving a taxi cab somewhere.
Right.
They just fucking fist bump it. But yeah, that's honestly about it.
Yep. And Yvette is going to live the married life for a little while, and then be the childer of a Hardstadt.
Well, the Velocity actually asked a question.
Mm-hmm.
For all the players, if your character was given their own lineage and became elders, how would they operate, and what would they do? Actually, Yvette's plans wouldn't change. Though Yvette's plans are more like, here's what I'm expecting to do in about 1,000 years, and she's going to build her own city. She's going to bring a piece of Paris to America.
Nice. That's a cool. Let's do this within 1,000 years kind of goal. Love it. Love to see it. Any other questions from the chat? I definitely have some excitement for Dallas coming up.
I was gonna say, if Pax had have lived and she had her own lineage stuff, she probably would have become just as tyrannical as Boss Hernandez, because he was her reference.
Mm-hmm.
And that's probably what she'd be known for.
Ophelia doesn't like change.
Nor does any Samitsi.
She would, to me, if she maintained humanity, she would try and keep the status quo. If she lost humanity, she would cause a city of eternal unlife. Or eternal life. I don't know how it works. Everyone would be ghouls. Everyone is alive forever until I say otherwise.
That just brought one of the most disturbing scenes I have ever witnessed back to life, and it was a very short chronicle where this one Toreador had like a fleet of ghouls, and the most disturbing thing ever was she would just lay on her fainting couch, draw her nail down her chest, down her belly, and they would all just come feeding on her like a bunch of puppies.
Oh my god.
Ugh.
That's horrifying.
That is fucking disturbing.
That is disturbing.
Ugh.
Ugh. Yep. What about Alistair? What if he had his own lineage? And what would he do with it?
He would find someone worthy of learning everything that he had, and basically, the easiest way to set it up is he would set up a franchise for people to learn and catalog and feed it up, so that to distribute knowledge so that nothing is forgotten, but also he can't be everywhere at once. So he would set up a network with his lineage to share information so that they all knew everything, and it would basically be there would be Buffy term, there would be a Giles in every city.
That would be interesting. Volvo asks, which NPCs did you love to dislike?
Did we meet many NPCs?
I was what do you think? Go ahead, Pax.
I was gonna say, Daddy LaCroix.
He showed up briefly.
No, honestly, it was very, very brief, but he gave off this real air of arrogance that I actually really loved. And surprisingly also Lorenzo.
I was hoping that I would do Lorenzo justice.
He wasn't like in your face horrible, but it was just the fact that he kind of just displayed those horrible attributes very subtly when he was in scene. It really gave me something to play off of.
Yeah. Mine actually, I'm gonna twist the question here, because mine wasn't an NPC. Mine was Gregor Douglas. Oh, I love that frenemy dynamic. I love the matching of wits and the social graces, and despite the fact that they started off like, we gotta pretend to be allies, we gotta be cordial with each other and all this, but we're working against each other for now. I love that. That is honestly, strange enough, despite this being an Anarch Chronicle, that is probably the most true I've ever seen of a Camarilla game. Like, it shows very much that they both are very much rooted in Camarilla tradition.
They're Camarilla origins, yep.
And I loved it. I absolutely loved it. Like, I could have gone with Yvette and Gregor for another 100 episodes. 100 episodes of Gregor and Yvette just going back and forth. And that was made by Specs. Specs carried that. And
turns into a buddy coterie film.
Well, I could tell that what I see Gregor as is, at least to me, the thing that makes him a particularly special character is he's very much like an evolution from when Specs ended up playing the Ventru. And it's a showcase of how much you kind of grew with that. And even though the characters in Nosferatu, the mannerisms are very Camarilla, Ventru established kind of situations. I love that back and forth, and I love the innuendo between their entire conversation where if you're listening carefully, what's being discussed is not actually what's being discussed. And I love that dynamic, and there's so few people I've ever run into who I can have that kind of dynamic with. And so, like, I will brag about Gregor.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm glad I could bring that.
Well, it's hard, like, legitimately. If anybody else has tried to do that, where the conversation that everybody would be listening to is not the actual conversation between these characters. You got to kind of pierce in and understand what's going on. It's almost like Tarantino-esque, and I love that.
Very nice.
Oh, Alistair's dad, yeah, that was...
Alistair's dad.
Yeah, he was a shitbird.
You killed him. You did.
I didn't kill him, I let him die.
Most horrifying scene in
Same
this
difference.
Chronicle, I'm saying it. Oh.
DeSantos showed up for, like, half a scene. For, like, 3 sentences. And I was like, oh, this bitch.
You knew you hated Santos.
Yeah, she's a cunt.
She's a Bruja. What do you expect?
I mean, okay, look. Benji wasn't like that.
Benji
was a
was
lot
like
of
that.
things.
Don't lie.
Oh. Okay, maybe he was like that. Maybe he's still like that.
He's still like that. Trust me.
Okay, Velocity wants to know the Alistair and Ophelia X-Files spinoff. When do we get it?
Whenever you can develop your own show. Run your own
The
show,
joke
damn
here-
it.
The joke here is that Alistair is trying to investigate and Ophelia is just making all the hauntings.
She's just giving him a job.
At least he
keeping
won't
him
be
busy.
bored.
She just keeps going around the city being like, all right, I need these people to do these things just to keep this guy busy.
Keeps him out of trouble.
That gremlin energy. Because let's be real, Spectre Deflector makes good gremlin characters.
Oh.
You know, throws a monkey wrench into everything.
Even when I'm being civil about it.
Even when you're being civil about it. I have my favorite NPCs that I love to play, so there's that. You know,
Which ones were they?
I really liked Mr. Ball. I liked doing him. Don Hernandez was obviously like one of those sort of great villains in a way that is relatable instead of just villain for villainy sake. Obviously, you guys love De La Rosa, so I have to love him too. Briefly got to play the War Baron. Obviously, that's a fun one.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say too, thank you so much for what you did with Boss Hernandez. That was a hard one to do because he is so problematic in so many ways.
Yeah.
But thank you for how you played him. It was beautiful.
I wanted to more imply the horror than overtly describe it, because in Pax's mind, you know, for a long time he was this perfect saint of a being, and I wanted to kind of give him a little bit of that at the very beginning because that's her perspective of him. I wanted to kind of play it as if we're watching it from her point of view, her perspective, when really he is the shittiest of shitbags. He he killed his father. He ran all sorts of illicit, trafficking for like weapons and drugs and human people, and is just not good at all.
Disgusting person.
Very hands off. Kind of lets everybody else do the dirty work, like a mob boss does. And I enjoyed playing him, even if he's a villain. In the sense that he was a villain for you all to contend with. I love my villains for some reason.
Everybody loves a good villain.
I kind of felt the same way when you did the father.
Your dad, the Alistair's father.
If I have one regret, I got caught up in the scene and wasn't as smart as Alistair would have been.
Don't worry. Don't kick yourself.
Oh yeah, don't kick yourself over the.
No, if I had one regret, that's going to turn into a question for the rest of you. But I would have liked to have seen that character stay around for a while, because he was a good asshole. He was really good at being an asshole.
Yeah, I didn't want to be, but
well,
you guys created asshole characters for me to be as your antagonists, so
yeah.
Well, that was the idea. That was the idea, though. When we started this, I remember turning around and saying, "I want this to be trauma."
And I think we all dug into some places that weren't happy for us to bring some of these characters out.
Yeah.
And I know that I know that I wrestled with the fact that, at the very beginning, that I knew what kind of rabbit hole that would go down, and if you guys were wanting to go down that rabbit hole, I had to be ready for it. So.
But if you guys could had one regret or could change one thing that you did, is there a thing, or are you just happy and because it's a small thing for me, but that's something that I would change because it would make more sense. But would you guys change anything? Is there something that you regret or would do differently?
There is one thing I would say yes to, but the only reason I try not to dwell on it is because I couldn't picture on how else to do it. Right? Which was the temptation of Jacques Lecroix. Because
it was meant to be that way. It was meant to be a temptation for Yvette.
And I love Jacques because he was radically different from these other antagonists. Where he very much was like, no, I want you to come home. This is not your place. Venture to have no place in Anarch society.
And genuinely believes it too.
Yeah. And I love that dynamic, And outside of the family glass, Yvette really is on her own. She's an island. And I love that. I love that dynamic, and and she, to a degree, looks up to Mr. Ball because he's able to handle this. And to her, she's not weak, but she's alone. And when you've taken orders for as long as Yvette has, when there's always been a true north, a guiding light in your life at some point, and that is just suddenly taken away, and you're now all on your own. It's tough. And I wish I could have explored more, but then I go, if I did that, it would have pulled away from a little bit from the rest of the story.
Which was her finding herself. Which was really kind of the be-all for Yvette, was to find herself.
And if there's another one I would say, I wish I would have been able to do more with Antonia Flynn. Because there was a friction I was expecting to build up there,
Mm.
mostly because Yvette is known for killing a boat ton of ministry. Yeah, so
Which
um,
happened in France in a Camarilla city, and she's Anarch born, so I don't think she would have been completely aware of it.
yeah, which I think is hilarious because it's Yvette that's more concerned.
Yeah,
Antonia couldn't care less,
I shouldn't care less. You're just
or
another
doesn't
Ventru.
understand.
From what
But
she
to
understands, you're just another
Yvette,
Ventru in the city.
right? This idea of lineage, sins of the father, that kind of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
She's expecting that.
Mm-hmm.
So she's expecting it at all times. She's keeping tabs on Flynn just because I keep your
I
friends close
expect
and your enemies closer.
I expect
right?
her to come and bite me like a snake.
Yeah. So yeah, that would be my only two.
Mm-hmm.
My one regret was not being there, not being available since session 1. Because a lot of my flipping back and forth between characters has largely just been the fact of trying to find a good fit for the coterie, which is usually established in session 1, 0, 1, etc.
Mm-hmm. It's usually how that works, and yeah, we're sad that Mojo wasn't able to finish out the Chronicle with us because
That too.
he would have loved to be here, and he is always absolutely welcome back to my tables whenever it is that he can get back to it. But he's been dealing with a lot of health issues that he needs to address first. So we love you, Mojo. We hope to see
Love
you
you,
back
miss
one
you,
day.
Mojo.
Yes,
You big hairy son bitch.
yes, he's lovable. He's good, and we hope he'll be able to join us for Dallas on a regular basis. But if not, then always a guest experience is always welcome too. So obviously, my four players sitting at the table with me right now are all welcome back to Dallas because obviously,
Wait, you're actually gonna let me come back?
duh.
Oh
I
shit.
tried to talk him out of it.
I mean, you can't fix stupid, I guess, but we can try.
Look, we're trying as worst case scenario. I'll take thorough notes and we'll make it a case study. We're just proving the rule at this point. That's all.
Well, you
What
know the
was-
difference between screwing around and science, right?
Note taking.
Yeah, documentation.
What was your question, Specs?
What was your regret with the Chronicle, if any?
I actually don't have any with this call.
Oh, good.
That good, huh?
Yeah, well,
That good shit.
honestly, I got to play out pretty much every single storyline that I wanted to play out with Pax.
I'm
Um,
glad.
I got to play out her trauma. I got to play out, that ending scene with Yvette. Just, I got to
wanted
do
that
everything
for
that I
that
wanted to do
ending.
with her
Yeah.
character. Yeah, no real regrets for it.
What was the last thing that went through Pax's head, other than the bullet?
Eh,
Honestly,
Knowing Lamarta 50 AE.
it would have been, probably thinking about. She probably regrets her actions. She was probably thinking, what could she have done better? What could she have achieved? How could she have changed what she became? Probably would have been her last thoughts. Ever since Ophelia entered, she's been looking at Ophelia as I could have been like her, but I don't know how to be like her. So yeah, that was the thing with Pax.
Yep. And Pax was at probably 3 humanity.
Yeah.
At the end there, with the last diablerie, because she did fail the contest rolls.
Yeah.
So she didn't get anything out of it.
Well, that wasn't the important part for PAX, right?
No, that's true. And I was I was kind of on the fence about, if that fail if that role was going to fail, that that Don Hernandez would obviously be the one who would take over Pax's body. And that would have been an interesting thing to kind of leave in the wings, but I left it up to the dice. The dice said that there was only one humanity difference, and let it stand as it was.
Well,
I have a question for you, Coffee.
Mm.
What is... I know you didn't have a lot of prepare time, but of many of the characters that you were able to prepare, what is one that you didn't get the opportunity to play out more and wish you did?
Let me look at the list.
Tell us about an NPC you were excited about but never got to touch.
But didn't get to touch it on.
Oh, hang on, what? I missed something.
I'm just looking at the facial expressions of everyone when I said didn't get to touch enough.
Let's see. I think I think out of all of the characters that were in the game, the characters that I probably feel a little regretful over is not doing enough with Santos's people. Because I really liked the concept of Magnus, but didn't get to play him very much. So I might be reusing him.
Oh,
But
I got a follow-up question.
I do.
I
yeah.
do as well. I have a question too.
Yeah, I also Deja's dad, Elias. Elias was one that I really wish that I had a lot more chance to really play with as far as supernatural and ghosts and things like that, because that was a whole plot that we wanted to do with Deja, and sadly Mojo couldn't be with us anymore in the game. So it didn't really make sense for other characters to run into him, so it just kind of fell by the wayside.
Yeah.
And so I was a little sad about that.
My follow-up question is, I forgot that Ophelia had a kindred adversary, which we decided would either be Malkavian or Nosferatu, funny enough. Did you ever consider who that would be?
I had not, because
No problem.
I did not realize that it was on the sheet.
Well, no issues. It didn't come up.
It didn't come up, but that's
come
fine.
up.
We had when it comes to like characters that come in later into the game, and there's you take a flaw as an enemy or an adversary, it usually turns out to be one of the characters that you're already adversarial with in the chronicle already. So typically that's how that goes. I'll use that as another way to link your character to other characters in the game, instead of making a whole new adversary.
It was PAX.
But yeah, when it comes to characters popping in the middle of the game, that's usually how I do it. When it comes to adversaries and enemy flaws, is they'll usually be something that's already connects the existing characters. Oh, hello, CL.
Cat handling method.
Yes. I think Derek had a follow-up to that too, right?
What NPC did you make here that you wish you would have saved as a character you could play in a chronicle?
Oh man, who would I play in a chronicle? Who would I play in a chronicle? As far as NPCs go, think Julian was a great touchstone. I think he'd make a good hunter at some point. Um, but as far as like kindred characters, um, obviously I had plans for M to show up at one point, but that never really came into being. Uh, but yeah, aside from that, Lucio would obviously be a character I'd play as an elder.
Yeah.
Baron Kane in his early years, I've kind of fallen in love with him. That's a character that I'd probably do some kind of one shot of his well,
His backstory.
spoiler alert, he was Sabat.
Yeah. Somehow managed to stay off paths.
Well, it's more along the lines that his
He
I
chose
never
the
really
path
did
of
decide
humanity.
on a path for him, as far as tenets that he would follow. It was it it was kind of more vague than that. In that I didn't really
It's kind of
define it.
it's kind of just a little bit of a, yeah, he's Sabat. Whether he managed to get on a path or not, that's a little up in the air. That's really, him being Sabat even isn't necessarily a important sticking point to the plot.
No, yeah, it's if there was a path that I think that he would fit in, it would be honorable accord or
I can see that.
hospitality of some kind.
I can definitely see honorable accord.
Because he's definitely very much that,
I'm a man of my word.
kind of where he's definitely that kind of a person, and him kind of being an NPC gives him enough of that slight interaction with other individuals, mostly kindred. If you notice, he didn't really hang around the mortals around his circles very much. He was the silent proprietor, the silent collector, the person who is always kind of not really interacting with other people. He had, ghouls or Ophelia to do that for him. And so he could keep a distance but still try and give that sort of proper sort of etiquette in a way. So yeah, if there was a path that he'd be on, it'd probably be honorable accord, and he probably would have been like probably still human enough to have some kind of connection.
I can't believe it's over.
I have a question.
Yes.
Was Rosa actually Pax's sire?
I will leave that for you to continue to mull about.
Oh no.
Oh, it's not like Pax can do any investigation right now.
Exactly.
I mean, she's lost her goddamn mind. It's oozing out the hole out of the backside of her head.
Mind
Also,
blown.
Mm-hmm.
how did Julian view Pax by the end there? Because that panic was a little bit more than I would think. Just like
He just
what
lost
was
his
position
sister.
there? Yeah, okay, still sisterly.
Yeah,
Cool.
he had just
kinda
lost his
hadn't
sister.
delved that deep into him.
He adored her.
Yeah.
She was his little sister. And walking in on that scene where her brains just got blown out, obviously he's distraught. Like, because he sees her remains, not just anybody's, hers, just splattered all over the floor. And even though the cloud memory erased the memory, it doesn't erase the trauma. So he's gonna have bad dreams
Yeah, and no Pax around, so he's gonna be like, wait, is that actually a dream?
Yeah. He doesn't know where you went. You just disappeared one day. Doesn't know.
Yep. Can't get in contact with her or anything.
Nope. And he's
I did
worried
have
sick.
another one. What actually happened to Lorenzo?
He got injured in the blast.
Injured? Didn't die?
Injured but didn't die.
Damn.
I'm just saying, you might know a guy that knows how to deal with fathers.
Oh no. Oh no.
No, okay, I have one question for coffee and then a humble request for when we end.
Okay.
My one question is, you as the ST looking at all of our characters, what was your favorite part about the character and what's something that we could improve upon?
Ooh. Favorite part about Pax. Pax was a gremlin. And I kind of like characters that are gremlin-esque if it makes sense for the story. So I have a tendency to not like chaos for the sake of chaos, but I like chaos for the sake of story building and collaborative storytelling and being able to bounce ideas back and forth with a character that is supposed to be, insane and a little chaotic. The planned chaos really helped me to enjoy PAX a lot, and the same was true with Gregor. The same was true with Lupe, and that sort of thing. Because these characters were meant to come in and bring something with them as a conflict, and so with that in mind, and being able to plan for that, just made my life that much more easy when it came to plotting out the villains for the story. And that really just made having a chaotic character that much easier to manage in that regard. As far as what Mox could improve on, definitely keep tracking it with being emotive, because I love emotive characters and I love emotive people, and that is what I feed off of. And you've done a great job doing it so far. Just keep it up. I love it, and that's what I love about Mox and the characters that she builds, Rodney included, Velda included.
Yes.
All of those, just all of them are great in that way, and you just continue to improve upon that. For Alistair as a character, I know that you and I, as players together, CJ, have had a bit of a bumpy road because you've been all over the place about whether or not you wanted to continue Alistair from the get-go.
It was a hard road because me and you, like, we can't. I come from such a different background of playing from what you run, that it wasn't. I don't think it was the character's fault. It was just I didn't know how to play in your game yet.
Right. Yeah, I think that was a lot of what was going on there. And so by continuing to improve upon communication between the two of us and how we communicate and how we play and how our logic works is only going to make storylines that I make for you in the future that much more impactful and that much more meaningful to you. I feel like I might have let Alistair down a little bit in that regard as a character, because yes, he got what he wanted, but did it make a difference to you emotionally? Did it make a difference to you as a player? Did it really feel like did it feel like the kind of story that you wanted to tell in the entirety of it? And so that's where I feel like I failed a little bit in creating stories for Alistair, but I still like the character. I like him as a sort of thinker and chess player. He's definitely, he was one of those characters that was outside of your comfort zone, and you managed to do that very well, and in that regard. So when you say that, say things like that you're playing a character that's kind of outside of your wheelhouse in the way of smarts, I don't think that that's 100% true. I think it's just a matter of improving how it is that you play that character to be as intelligent as they are. And that's just a matter of improving play. And by improving play, ask me questions. Ask me questions, make me ask you for a dice roll. Because if you can't logic a way that it makes sense, somewhere the dice is going to tell us whether it makes sense to your character or not. So that's my rule of thumb. Is
Okay.
we'll just leave it up to a dice roll if we can't agree. So that's kind of where I'm at with that. But otherwise, I love Alistair. I think he's great. He was very much the bookish sort of, not really charismatic sort of nerd that I think some of us identify with a little too closely. Calling myself out for that one. Kind of reminds me of me. But at the same time, he's a monster and kind of a wacky psychopath. And it was just great.
When you operate off of pure logic, it can take you to dark places.
Yeah, that's fairly true. And Ophelia, as well as Gregor and Lupe, all of those characters, all of them beautiful. Just love every single one of them to the bottom of my heart. Gregor was a nice little little plot development that really turned into the whole chronicle.
That's what I'm here for, baby.
Hey, Lamau. Kind of jumped in a place where we needed it, kind of where we'd kind of run the course of the first little arc, and then we needed something else to kind of create a larger story plot for. And Gregor, with the ideas that you pitched, was definitely something that we ultimately built off of a lot more with the Dawn, and made just the rest of the chronicle kind of build upon itself. So it's Gregor was a great character for that. Lupe, she was just adorable. Just can't get enough of that little button.
Lupe was just in the wrong chronicle.
Yeah.
Wrong city.
Yeah. And then Ophelia was the humane take on a Zamisi that I really thought was a great place to explore, at least for a little bit, because she'll ultimately lose her humanity and turn into the same kind of monster, but but she's not as accepting of what she is as of yet, and I kind of like that, because a lot of takes on Zamisi that I see from other players in games that I participate in, they're 100% on board. They're accepting it. They're embracing every little bit of their monstrosity. Yeah, it's just,
yeah, they want to get right into.
They want to get right into
then,
that. Yeah.
He's dominate. Out of all the sessions that Ophelia was in, I used a discipline once.
Otherwise, it was skills. Yeah, and she's. She was the kind of character that was afraid of what she would become, and I like that as a concept premise. It's just one of those things where it just kind of compounds the horror when it does happen. That it just kind of makes it hit home a little bit better, a little bit more when it does. And so that's we didn't ever get to have a basic feeding scene with Ophelia, but it was it was always on the table.
True.
Yep. And obviously, I love Yvette. Yvette was a character that I just fell in love with from the beginning. She was the character in a World of Darkness game that wanted to have a happy ending, and I, as a storyteller, wanted to give it to her. but I was gonna make her work for it, and so Yvette is just a character that you can look at and say, sometimes it works out. Sometimes you get what you want. Sometimes it's going to be okay. And I wanted to give Yvette a happy ending because you don't often get that in Vampire. You get this person stumbled off the humanity track and just kind of whited. You get this other character turned to ash. This character turned into the monstrosity they were afraid of becoming, or those sorts of stories are the kinds of things that happen out of World of Darkness very often. And even if it is only temporary for Yvette, having that moment where she can just be was important to her story, and I wanted to give her that and have her earn it. And I just love the character in general. And Derek and I have been playing games for ever and a half. It's almost 5 years in total now that we've been playing, D&D and Vampire together, and we've always had that sort of connection where we could be in character conversing for hours on end, or narrating and illustrating with the characters on end, and do entire sessions that way. We did so with Urian when we played San Antonio, and kind of it's always in the back of my mind that if nobody shows up, Derek will, and we could just make it a solo session and either do like a backstory scene, or we could always do a solo mission, of that sort. Make it and just make the session about that character for that day. And that's been something that we have always had as a fallback plan forever. So I definitely know that I have maybe struck a tear, but I don't know that I've actually made the man bawling cry. So, but
How do you kill that which is already dead?
We have another question. Don't know if anyone asked this yet from Geese. For each player, and then Coffee is the GM, what is your favorite moment of each character? I can give you my favorite moment for all three characters.
Please do.
Okay, I'll start then. Gregor, it was the moment when Baron Kane walked in on the meeting, and instead of having any sort of conflict or any sort of combat, I invited him in, and everyone was like, panic. Uno reverse card. And it was such a play, and no one knew how to react to it. It was my big contingency plan. And that Gregor's sole thing for that entire session was not for the session to go uninterrupted, not for that meeting to go uninterrupted. It was to make sure that the meeting happened, period. And no one quite understood that part. For Lupe, it was when her stalker, Tyler, I think his name was, and her had that very harsh moment of her just trying to be like, get the fuck away from me, and he's...
Oh
But
yeah,
she
that was
still
the character
relented.
to love to hate.
Yeah,
I forgot about him.
Yeah.
He was in briefly, but yeah, he was definitely one of my favorites too. Because I wish I could have explored a little bit more in the dynamic between him and Lupe.
I am a sucker for romance plots. I am a sucker for them.
Same.
I just didn't feel like this was the chronicle for it. And then for Ophelia is kind of a tough noodle, but it's definitely that last interaction she had with her mom right before she passed.
Loved it. I loved that scene too. I just loved Ophelia and her mom. Just the tragedy that is illness and how it can take someone away from you, and that's Ophelia was watching as it was doing that. So when Ophelia can live forever now.
I think my favorite, any of the scenes with Yvette, for starters.
Mm-hmm.
Just loved the way that those two characters interacted throughout
I
the
loved
entire
their
thing.
dynamic. I thought it was great.
Yeah, it was just like Yvette trying to maintain that Lonely Island kind of status that she had, and Pax trying to kind of push her way into that. It was so much fun to play out.
Mm-hmm.
Any of Pax's flip outs, any of them, pick one.
Your mic is cutting out on you.
You know, I said any of the scenes with Julian.
Oh yeah, Julian was great. I enjoyed him as one of your touchstones.
Probably one of my favorite NPCs, not gonna lie.
He's adorable.
He's
just
gorgeous. I'd love to see him become a kindred, actually.
he's just a guy.
I would actually really love to see him become a kindred.
I shall have to see. I shall have to see what happens to this man. What about you, Derek? What are some of your favorite Yvette moments?
Honestly, I'd have to think about that. I'm kind of recovering from something. I kind of just dawned on me.
Sorry.
And no, it's okay. It's Yvette became exactly what she was afraid of.
Oh.
She said she didn't want to be the tyrant. But in the end, when push came to shove, when her family was threatened in any way, when things weren't going accordingly, she was willing to play judge, jury, and executioner, friend and foe alike. And the verdict's always the same: guilty. She turned an entire city, its entire infrastructure, everything, against one opponent. Not even to take that opponent out, but to have the opportunity to take out another. And she summoned all of that through a abuse of intelligence and logistics, of training and of friendships, of companionships. She became exactly what she feared. Yvette's a tyrant. She is exactly what she was afraid of. She is both the best and the worst of what it means to be Ventrue. As far as my favorite scenes, obviously the ending one's still pretty fresh in mind. There's two that are incredibly stupid, but they ring true for me. They're Yvette at her best. And they display both sides of the character. The first one is with Gregor, sitting on the porch, and Gregor shows to Yvette a picture of his family, to realize that they both served in one capacity or another, that they're both soldiers making the best of a terrible situation, and that while they're, at the time, unwitting adversaries, playing the great game, even if it's at the kiddies' table. There was respect. And there was something that was kind of heartbreaking, realizing that these two, in any other circumstances, might have been the best of friends, the best of allies. Like, this is the coterie mate you should have had. But it couldn't be. The other one was Yvette was sitting there in the glass residence, reading a book about parenting skills when Chris came in to ask about some work. And for one of the few times we got the chance to, Yvette was an adventurer trying to wheel and deal the city, not a bodyguard in some high club, not ready to be a walking massacre like she was in Paris. For each moment she got to be a mom. And that scene fucking broke me. Because that meant the world to her. That's what it was all about. And I think that kind of scene can only come from the decision to play a cleaver. And not just treat it as a feeding type, but to really own it and to really lean into it. And I love Dale, and I love Chris, I love the stupid little things like eating some ribs that were burnt on a fucking barbecue earlier in the night and trying to choke them down even though she doesn't need food. It's a complete waste of blood to any other kindred but her. Or the fact that she just hugged him out of the shower, scalding herself in water just so she doesn't have to use blood to heat up her body, to have some kind of residual heat to pass as body heat. Or just the idea that she could be loved, even if she was a monster. I think that meant the world. In a tale of horrors, those were the things that mattered.
All of which are reasons why I just love Yvette and the other characters, and just, this is what you come to a coffee can game for, guys. Because these moments, these kinds of moments, are the kinds of things that you get by being a player and or watching a coffee cat game. So I think that's where we're gonna conclude our AMA. So thank you guys out in the audience for watching, all of you, for the extended session as with a bit of the Q&A.
There is one thing.
Yes.
What was Alistair's favorite moment?
Oh,
We didn't get to him.
yeah.
Fuck, I actually got to try to follow Derek's fucking spiel.
Come on.
Okay.
Sorry, man.
Be sentimental, man.
Dick. No. I have that, and I still have my humble request for us to go out on.
Okay.
Now, if I had to pick what I think was my strongest scene, it was the scene that got the most visceral reaction out of a couple of people, and that was the scene with my father.
Mm.
Yep. But I think that was my strongest scene from this chronicle. But my favorite scene was hands down me breaking out a Monopoly board and throwing down with Faust and the Baron, the War Baron. That was my favorite moment of the chronicle, and caused some of the stupidest role play I've ever been a part of.
It's amazing on how it's the little things.
It's the little things.
Yep.
It's the little things.
That legitimately makes me smile every time I think about it.
That's the point.
You will fucking give me Park Place.
Monopoly amongst kindred.
And then I ended up playing a character that works with real estate. It's all connected.
It's all
Okay,
connected.
anyways.
No, my humble request is that we do a little twist on our end of session and do our own little, instead of just doing it for this last episode, do kind of like it for the Chronicle. And like a little bit of an Academy Awards, like who overall had the best scenes? Who overall probably had the best lines? And vote on that.
Okay. All right.
And you get to actually throw down because there's 5 of us. So we can't tie. Your vote counts in this shit.
Well, look at this man trying to take over my show.
Quick,
As
someone
said,
throw up
your
your vote on
request.
chat.
Your vote counts for the experience point that you will never spend.
Yes. Yes,
Well.
if we can we get one more poll? Guys,
Going
who
for
was
an
your
audience.
favorite of the whole Chronicle?
Oh, no,
Oh, that's so there's
don't
more
do that.
characters than there's a list for.
Yeah.
It'll just be current players. Current
Just by the
characters.
players. Just by the players. Like,
Favorite.
who would
okay.
you throw in?
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Well,
So while that poll's being made out, let's
let's
let
talk
me,
about who moved our plot the most throughout this whole chronicle.
Pax.
That's so hard.
Pax. I'm not even gonna. Okay.
Pax's storyline.
Pax is the Urian Doyle of this chronicle.
Ooh, that's big. That's big praise.
I will
That's
go so
huge,
far as to say that Pax is the Urian Doyle of the Austin Chronicle. That's how I feel about it. Like, her story is the whole through line. If you wanted to follow the original San Antonio by Night, you only followed one character, it was Urian. If you wanted to follow the entire chronicle of Austin by Starlight, you follow here Pax Cosetta. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart.
Yeah, because like we actually, like, Yvette made a lot of plays. She threw Alistair into having to make plays, but we couldn't have done any of that shit without Pax to play off of and like set things up and be a catalyst. And
it was your adopted sire that became the adversary of the whole chronicle. Yeah, I think I'd have to agree.
Because, like, I was going to say Yvette, but, like...
Yvette, here's the thing I'm proud about Yvette. I told you from the start Yvette was meant to be a support character.
Yeah.
And I got to honor that in the end by telling the tale of Pax Casada from start to being there at her end. That's how you honor me.
I love you guys so much.
I love you too. I love you
I think that's three. That's 3 for Pax so far.
Yeah, and you're the only one holding out, you bitch.
You get
Okay.
the serious points that you can't ever spend.
Legit, because, like, she's never going to live. She's dead.
She
Oh, she
dead.
dead. Yeah, she dead.
She dead. Shot through the spine.
Through the heart, and you're
Oh.
To blame.
I'm sorry, Raven. Apparently I made Raven have to run.
Oh, well. Well. Who had the best scene from the Chronicle as a whole? And for
Yvette.
what scene?
Yvette.
Not just a scene, scenes in general. I think Yvette. Yvette had a bunch of beautiful scenes with her family, a lot of poignant scenes, and a lot of powerful scenes.
And final scene.
I think the scene that stands out the most for me where Yvette is concerned is that one after she walked in on Pax after she just consumed Maurice, not
Mario.
Maurice.
Mario.
Mario. I keep thinking Maurice. After she just consumed Mario, and then she went up, Yvette went upstairs, and just chowed down on that piece of meat, that burnt fucking meal that Chris
That
had
we
made
thought
her.
was
And I feel like
plastic
that was
explosives or something the whole time.
that just
In the
that
bag. What's
scene
in the bag?
just
What's in the bag?
encompassed what Yvette was
Yeah, what she was all
and
about.
like who she was, and that stuck with me right from the moment that happened.
Yeah.
Well,
You
if you
guys
all agree, then
agreeing on that?
that's a unanimous then.
If I had to say, like, on that, Pax is the through line for the plot. Yvette is the heart of it.
And I was kind of intending that from the very get go when it came to this chronicle, was that Pax was the monster, Yvette was the human. And I think we pulled it off.
Definitely
Now,
pulled something off.
Yeah.
I'll say this, Moxie. Are you glad I PM'd you today?
Yes, absolutely.
I
So glad.
was so
'cause,
scared
like,
to PM you on that. I was so scared to PM you on that.
I
collaborative
was so
storytelling,
happy to
though,
work
y'all.
with you on that.
Collaborative storytelling.
doing-
This is one of the perks of it, you know, where
Mhm.
you can collude with your both fellow players about your character's end.
Unless it's a very like specific moment, like things are just out of control and clearly the characters will get heated and yeah, there's no pulling back.
Yeah,
I don't like plotting for the downfall of a fellow coterie member,
yeah.
but it's just felt like the one time where it's like, no, if anything, this is probably the one time it should happen.
Well,
Right.
Yvette and Pax tied for the favorite overall character in this chronicle.
Yeah.
Makes
You
sense.
guys did a lot of heavy lifting.
You moved.
Best line I want to hand to Alistair, because you sassy motherfucker.
Look,
You've made me laugh
I
throughout this chronicle more times than I couldn't even like show my face.
Let's
after
give
that.
him credit where credit is due. He's a
Yeah.
funny man.
Foot and mouth syndrome.
Funny man.
Played to perfection.
Well,
Dude,
I
I
got.
just went back through my notes, and Alistair has the most best line votes out of anyone in this chronicle.
And he keeps telling me that he's trying to compete with me. It's like, no.
That guy. Here's
Okay.
the thing.
Fat guy, you're funny.
Here's the
I-
thing.
Yeah.
Every chronicle has to have a foot and mouth guy. This
Mhm.
I've just kind of come to this conclusion because like there's always one. When we first did San Antonio, the very first chronicle, I was that guy. Benji.
Benji. I love Benji, though. He was great.
And it's not a
And
bad thing. It's fucking
Nope.
lovable.
It
So-
worked out so well, especially because of how Urian
Guys, I'm sorry. I have to get up for a second.
Okay.
Someone needs me.
No worries.
No worries. Yeah, we're wrapping up here in a sec.
No, you're absolutely right, Specs. And you need somebody to play off of.
That you
right?
need a little bit of that funny
and-
levity sometimes too, because
Yeah.
you know we get pretty serious in my games emotionally, and having that little bit of emotional relief, we'll call it, just kind of makes things, one, feel a little human for that character in that moment, and two, kind of gives all of the characters a little bit of a fresh start, you know, especially if there's things that's been pretty heavy when it comes to topics. And
It's
so
a tension release.
it is, yeah. And tension builds up in my chronicles, and sometimes you just gotta have the comedic relief. And Benji definitely served that role. I think Velda, to a degree, served that role too. I think Alistair definitely served that role in this game. I think Rodney did a great job last game.
Or Dana.
Rodney drove Dana nuts. It was hilarious.
Just their dynamic was just. Mwah.
I don't know what it is between me and Mox, but we do really well primarily in the adversarial camp.
Yeah,
We're
we're
like two.
we're
Really
we're
good
just
at
you're
finding
just a
ways
hair away from frenzying at each other.
Um,
But it's still moments like where Yvette broke down and just melted into an injured Pax's arms that I'm just like that I've done drawings for that I'm just like, sometimes you have those adversarial moments and other times you're looking at them like your best friend.
It's just pure frenemy energy.
Yeah. The frenemy
Um,
energy I think is what your characters have done pretty consistently so far.
where
Uh,
I always end up adversaries with is Spectre. Specs knows exactly what I'm talking about.
when it comes to Spectre, I just plan around Specs. Like, I know that they try and do the gremlin energy, but this is one of the reasons why I end up playing characters like Yvette and like Urian. It's like, okay, I got to let's just presume some bullshit's gonna happen. How many angles can I cover? So that it's like, I have a contingency plan for this.
Oh
A
God,
contingency
Derek,
plan for the Spectre effect.
you are
Oh.
not ready. You are not ready for next. What do you call?
I'm
Probably
excited
not.
to see you play Malk.
This
The
is
one
this is gonna be a
actually,
chaos milk. I know that for sure.
actually, there is one last question I got to end up asking Coffee.
What's that?
Did you at any point ever think or see coming that Yvette had been planning around not Pax but her beast that whole time? The reason she opened the shot was not to kill him with the shot, was to end up exposing his blood so Pax would frenzy.
Yeah, that made a
Did
lot of
you see
sense.
that coming?
I did
you
not see that coming really, but I trust you enough to have things go as they do, because he was either going to arrive injured, which was something that we higher load at the beginning of the game, or he was going to come uninjured, and at his basically full strength. I didn't actually have any powers listed for him. Oops.
That's all right.
And not that he was a very combat heavy character anyway. He had people for that. He knew that by walking up, he was walking into a death trap.
He got arrogant.
Yep.
He got arrogant.
That was kind of the point, is that he thought he could get away with holding Julian hostage, but
Was this close to shooting him?
I think too that he was betting on Pax's blood bond being stronger than the beast.
I think he was kind of banking on that too.
He was. I could have easily seen him just commanding Pax, just kill Yvette. And it's like, well, I know Pax's dice pool, and I know that that's a level 6 bond. That's gonna be tough. Like, it's like, so that could have been played, and I had to have contingencies for that. Hence the shot. Actually, that was my contingency plan for. Yeah, you might have the blood bond, but
She
I know
hungry.
the beast.
She hungry.
Sorry about that, but I wanted to add before we lay it, the sassiness, when I embraced that I was just a fuck up, that I just leaned into it and decided to have fun.
Bruh. There's no such thing as fuck ups.
Oh no, I forget like what I'm supposed to say and what I'm not supposed to say, when I'm supposed to say it, so most of the time I play dumb. But those moments where my guard's down and I actually answer a question, I'm like, shit. I shouldn't have done that.
My biggest fear right now of the next Chronicle is I am not playing a master. I am not playing the Control Freak. I am not playing that. I am playing something else.
If you're going with a lot of the concepts that you guys have already kind of pitched at me, is this coterie doesn't have a mastermind.
Here's an ST. What was the arc you wanted to tell going into this Chronicle? And how did it change as coffee emotionally eviscerated you all?
Yeah.
That's a really good question to end on.
Very, very poignant.
Really good one. So how about we do this in reverse order? Usually, let's start off with CJ. Fat guy. What was the arc you wanted to tell going into this, and how did it change when coffee emotionally eviscerated you?
Well, overall, a lot of plans went out the window for the middle for Alistair because of how things went down, and like it really, like, I was building up something, and it when Coffee got sick and we went down and we had to reboot because literally none of us remembered what the hell we were doing. I kind of had to scramble. I knew what I wanted to do was he legitimately just wants to learn. He wants to know everything. If there's a question, he wants to know the answer. And if he doesn't, it bugs the ever living shit out of him. So he has to change that. That's what his driving force was. That's what kind of was bred and beat into him as a child. You know, if he got the wrong answer, there was consequence. So in the end, he ended up where I wanted him to, and I got to where he wanted, but the overall arc, I was in for the ride. I didn't have a specific plan to get there because was playing a character that I didn't know how to play in the beginning, and like challenging myself to do something different. So that's, at least that's the best answer I can give, if it makes enough sense to actually answer it.
Hmm. What about you, Spectre? What arc did you want to go into the Chronicle with, and how did it change over time?
Over the course of the 3 characters that I had, this is kind of a silly question because ultimately, every single character that I brought into the Chronicle had a very, like, both Gregor and Ophelia had very direct intent and focus that was already in line with where the Chronicle was going. So nothing really changed for them. Lupe, I think Lupe was probably the one that had the most, like, emotional change on that part. And how the Chronicle changed was I brought a different character in.
Oh.
Lupe was a very good emotional heavy character. She was very good for, like, the idea of her was to try and figure out a place as someone who didn't have a home, trying to establish a home, trying to establish family. And that was kind of like the core theme, is what defines family. And that was the core, a little bit of the theme for Pax. It was a little bit of the theme for Yvette, and I was trying to fit into that a bit. The thing is that I didn't feel like Lupe necessarily was well designed for the rest of everything else that was going on in the Chronicle, because then we started shifting more towards the politics of and dynamics of having like a this adversarial ship with Don Hernandez. Lupe is a runner. She's not a politician in any way, and no one was necessarily taking initiative, and I desperately wanted to.
Yep, I felt that way with Yvette.
So I said fuck it and brought Ophelia. I knew that was okay. The emotional evisceration, I would do a similar character to Lupe. In fact, that's kind of what is influencing a lot of my decision for Predator type going into the new Chronicle with this new character. But instead of a siren, they're a consensualist.
Have fun with that. I've done that before.
What about for you, Mox? What was the arc you were wanting to tell going into the Chronicle, and how did it change as I emotionally eviscerated you?
It's so hard because like I said, like I basically hit all the points with packs that I wanted to hit. Um, and that's thanks to the way that you ran the game and the way that the players all happened to play in the game, and it was just amazing. Um, Initially, I had started off wanting to hit all those emotional beats with her, and it did. Like, honestly, I couldn't have asked for it to go any better.
Okay. Derek?
When I came in, I Yvette's plot was the idea of here is somebody who is so ingrained in Camarilla culture that how could they possibly work with anarchs? A person out of place, out of time. They're they're the outsider in a group of outsiders. You know? And when you're like that, those small things mean all the more. When I was playing Yvette, one of the things that I promised myself, because, and I don't think I'm bragging when I say this. I think I'm just saying this as a fact, because I don't want this to be a humble brag bullshit scenario. But I think it's very easy for me to take over a chronicle. Like, here's my character, this is the focus. Like, that is incredibly easy for me. But I didn't want that. I wanted it to be on the others. And Yvette is built to play second fiddle to somebody at all times. That's where her strength lies. And it took a while before I really started to realize how important packs would be to that. Once I did, it was pretty smooth sailing. And you can tell when packs, whenever Moxie couldn't make it that game, that's where, yeah, then Yvette steps in as the lead for a lot of times. But for the most part, it's me trying to end up using Yvette as this person who has every reason for everybody in the city to hate her. Like, every reason. There is almost no good reason to end up liking Yvette. And that's okay. But it's also showing that it's hard to weather the storm alone. But what's almost worse is giving up because of it. And that's hard. Yvette tried to do everything possible to not be what the blood would force her to be. And ultimately, that is not a situation you can win. That's just not the world of darkness, right? So when I came in, I was looking to play second fiddle. I was looking to figure out how do I bolster somebody's story, right? How do I build it up? And do it in a way that was believable for the character. What changed, I would say, what really changed is the moment that Yvette was released from the LaCroix line. And the reason being is that who she is, who she understood herself to be, everything was tied into this title. Everything, and suddenly it's let go. And it's almost like the weight of that title, all of a sudden it's off of her shoulders. You think she'd be excited, but she's not. She feels as though she lost something, even though that the fact that she is a LaCroix is ultimately the thing that brings her the most pain. It's at least a comfort. But without it, she had to really break down. That's honestly where I feel like the significance of the whole burnt ribs scene comes from,
Mm-hmm.
right? And it's what she told Pax way back when. I choose Mademoiselle Glass. And that was tough.
Well, I think that's a great question for us to leave off on.
Otherwise, we're going to keep talking till
till the sun comes up. Exactly. So let's find out who might be available to raid, as well as thank you again to all of my players for the great chronicle that we have put together. And for anyone who's missed any of it, you could always. ST, you have to answer. Well, I can't emotionally eviscerate myself. As far as what okay, fine, Black Wolf. Okay, so what arc had I initially planned for, and how did it change? The way that I do plots is very very improvised in a lot of senses. There is very little aside from session 0 that when we're making like relationship webs, we're making extra characters, we're making NPCs to fill out the important people of the chronicle. That's about as much planning as I do ahead of time. I then add on to things as they're needed. But my focus tends to be on is the characters that are important to my players, because those are part of the characters that they've built. And so in doing so, I wanted to, for PAX, I wanted to incorporate Dawn Hernandez and her touchstones, and Mox did an excellent job by creating a whole sort of family for them to be a part of, as far as a mob, that all of them were involved in that, and that kind of set up a chunk of things that we could do for PAX. For Alistair, it was his family, it was his dad, and how he was a piece of shit, and his mom and his sister, and how they were escaping the clutches of the evil father. And so there's family tied into that. Deja, Mojo wanted to go into more of the supernatural stuff and start really kind of messing with ghosts and apparitions and things of that sort. So brought in that Deja's father had been killed by her in a frenzy, and wanted to really develop that into a kind of side plot for Deja to follow. For Yvette, I wanted the Cleaver family to be the sort of focus when it came to that. So really the whole plot concept was family. The whole plot concept was family, and the tragedy of being part of the mob, having a shitty dad, having to work around the fact that you're a masquerade breacher by living with your boyfriend, with the complications that come up when the ghosts of those you've killed come back to haunt you. That those things kind of tied themselves together, and what ultimately came of that was we kind of found the niche of kind of centering around Dawn Hernandez being the antagonist, because yes, he had been a doting dominator previously, but things were changing. Pax was now no longer 24/7 in his care. She was getting influenced by another coterie, and he didn't have ways to really stop her, because that's that's not what you do. And so it just then became, kind of centered around the fact that Don Hernandez was, politically maneuvering to make himself stronger in the underground of the city, and making deals within deals with other cities and things like that, and it kind of turned into that whole political scheme. But really, the whole plot concept, once we had all of the characters kind of ironed out, was family and the tragedy and happiness that comes from it in any form that it has. And so, whether that's defined family, or the family that chose you, or the family you're born with, and it just kind of turned into a little bit more of a political plot when that family of Pax's wanted to get a little stronger, and ultimately the whole family suffered for it. And there you have it. Basically a synopsis of Austin by Starlight. And how it kind of progressed over the whole of the chronicle. Started off with the family concept and really kind of built it up from there. But yeah, that's how things changed over time for my plots when it comes to things. Like I said, I'm an improviser. I will throw noodles at the wall, see if they stick. And if they do, great, we'll follow that. Otherwise, if they're kind of left by the wayside, well, okay, maybe we'll pick that up later, or maybe we won't, but the concept is kind of where you keep going back to. And that's what you all had given me as your story concept, and that's what I built it from. That's the story you wanted to tell, and so therefore I gave it to you.
I would like to point out that it is very hard to keep a straight face and quiet when Derek is chewing on his cat.
I wasn't even watching him.
Look, we can't fault Derek for wanting to chew on some pussy.
Yeah.
Hey, Lamau.
Look, we all know about Mercy and her head here, because as soon as she comes up, it's like, head goes here now.
Yes, silly Mercy.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you're satisfied now, Black Wolf. You son of a bitch, best mod in the game. But yeah, thank you all to my players for giving me a great story to tell with you, and for telling it with me, and for telling some of it for me, in the characters that you played, and being willing to just show up every week for the Coffee Cat Presents sort of shows. So, but thank you all out in the audience for listening to us rant, for a couple of hours after the session finished, and answer your questions, and for having questions for us. And we're gonna find somebody to raid, and then we're gonna call it a night. So until we see you in Dallas, everyone, say goodnight.
I think this is the last time I'm going to be able to say this. Bonsoir et au revoir, all mes amis.
It's the last time we'll be able to say this too. I'm the dumbest smart kid you'll ever meet.
Have a good evening. And be safe.
We'll all be family forever.
Forever, ever?
Forever.
Forever.
And ever. And ever.